time yet. This happened about 1:30 in the morning, and they were not found until 5:20 the following evening. And so that's what she was talking about. The baby was sitting by her mom, holding her hand, had covered her with a blanket. And then the Bursey, the second, who I hope changes his name, was on the other young child was on the bed, which had blood on it and was covered in a blanket, but was just trembling. So they had been there that whole entire time, no food, not changed. And their mom is laying there and they probably don't understand why she's not getting up. Yeah, it's very, very sick. Carmen. I can't respond to you, Carmen. I'm just going to shake my head. So, all right, I will. Okay, so you're back up.
All right, sweet.
I have your other little thing, so you should be going.
Awesome.
Okay, let me push play.
Investigation. But by the time she gets to the apartment,
welcome, Bon.
The defendant calls her at 4:15
hey, Bon.
in the
How you
afternoon.
doing?
By the time she gets over there, it's about 5:15 p.m. So keep in mind, the shots were heard before 1:30 in the morning, and now it's 5:15 p.m. And we know that children were in that apartment when Miss Young was shot because the downstairs neighbor could hear the crime. So the police arrive, they start their investigation, and guess who just shows up? Mr. Armstrong, demanding to know what's going on. I need answers. What's going on? So the police detain him. And they say, take him and we're going to interview him. That's why they detain him, because they want to know some answers. They have questions for him. So while they're interviewing him now, so they leave the scene and they go start an interview with him. There's going to be crime scene detectives who are collecting the evidence. There's some casings. There's 2 casings, which, again, this word's going to say she thought she heard 2 shots. And they see in the pillow on the bed, it had some blood and it had a hole in it. And when they dug into that pillow, they found some projectiles from a bullet. So they collected all that. They took some pictures, and you'll see some of those. Well, when they're interviewing, that first interview, what does the defendant tell them? Oh, we are a happy family. Although I live in Connecticut for my job, I come visit once a month. We're happy. We're going to get married. We're going to be a family. And they asked him, they said, and he goes, oh, just look at my phone. You'll see. We're a happy family. So he consents to them looking at his phone. So they take his phone. And he said, they asked him, did you have a gun? No, I don't have a gun. I bought a gun about a year ago. It was a Glock 43X, but it got stolen. It got stolen in January. This shooting was in July. So he had a gun. So like, okay, so they're doing their start of investigation. They're interviewing him. Well, while they're interviewing him, the phone downloads, the texts come back. Well, it's not the happy picture that he portrayed to them. Some of the text going back and forth between Tashika Young and this defendant the few days up to the murder were things like, oh, well, I see you're single now. I see your social status on social media is single. And what's up with you hiding me? And he admitted in the interview that what she was referring to is he had taken all of her pictures on social media and archived them. So if someone looked at his social media, they didn't see Miss Young. They saw single Bursey Armstrong. And
that's ringing too many bells from home.
When you come to visit, where are you staying? If you're not staying here with the woman you're supposedly going to marry, where do you stay? And he says, well, I'm a man. I need my space. So I stay 45 minutes away at my mom's house in Middleburg. So, they're like, okay, well, I guess we're getting a search warrant for mom's house. So they get a search warrant. And they ask him before they leave, they go, we going to find anything at mom's house? And he's very confident. Oh, no, you're not going to find anything. They go, okay. So they go search mom's house. And they're almost done. They're ready to leave. And Detective Downs will tell you that as he's walking from the backyard and he's about to go up the wooden steps to like a little wooden patio kind of porch, which is right off where he stayed when he stayed with Mom. He saw some disturbed dirt, and then he saw some clothes underneath those wooden steps. So he walks over there and he pulls out some sweatpants, obviously men's. He pulls out a black hoodie, again, looks like men's. Looks like there could be blood on these clothes. And then he sees a little disturbed dirt right in front of the steps. So he starts digging down. And guess what's in that hole? A Glock 43X, buried in a hole in the steps right next to where his bedroom is. So they come back and they start the second interview. And they said, well, you sure you didn't do this? And he's same thing he did in the first interview, deny. And he said, well, what do you think we found at Mom's house? Nothing. They're like, you sure we didn't find something? And he goes, well, and you'll see this portion of the interview. Maybe some clothes. Oh, what kind of clothes? Well, you know, some clothes that maybe I did some yard work in. And they're like, so you did yard work and you threw your clothes and hid them underneath some wooden steps? He goes, well, you know, that's what I did. They go, what else did we find? Well, maybe something like a gun. They go, really? A gun? Where did this gun come
Oh,
from?
dear.
And he said, well, you know.
Hello, Adair.
Scotty gave it to me. And they're like, Scotty gave you a gun and you hid it in your parents' backyard. So while they're doing the second start of this interview, the gun they found at Mom's house, they have rushed off for testing. And guess what? The gun buried in this defendant's mother's backyard is the murder weapon. It is the gun.
Fancy that.
That were found in the apartment. So now they're saying, now you said you bought a gun. What gun did you buy a year ago? Well, guess what? It was a Glock 43X from Shooters.
That's good fertilizer.
Who knew?
And so they said, okay, how do we explain this? We've got clothes that look like your clothes that you say you hid there. And you got a gun.
Don't open that door.
You bought. It's in your name, and it's the murder weapon, and it was buried in the backyard. How do we explain this? He goes, well, this is what happened. Let me tell you. I know I said that it was stolen in January, but then recently on this visit, I found it again in the apartment. I think Miss Young stole the gun from me, and then I stole it back from her. And they're like, okay, so you're saying the gun you said was stolen in January, she really stole it, and now you're stealing it back. Well, what do you do with a stolen gun that you now find that's yours? Well, see, I was outside and I was getting ready to leave to go back to my mom's house, and I saw Scotty in the parking lot. No, I don't know Scotty's last name, but Scotty, and he wasn't sure. Scotty could be a black male, he could be maybe, I think he said maybe an Arabian man. He wasn't really clear on what Scotty was or looked like. But Scotty asked me if he'd borrow my gun for $100, and I said, sure. So the gun that was his, that he bought, that he just now says he found again, he lost to this guy. He has no idea who he is for $100.
Uh-huh.
So this was a week before the murder. This was on a Saturday before Saturday when she was killed. And they said, well, how did you get this gun back? How did your gun that was used to kill your pregnant girlfriend, how did it wind up in your mother's backyard? And he said, well, Scotty decided, he goes, I think Scotty is like, he's got this site, maybe Scotty Beam or something. He called me or he social media me or texted me and he said, I'm ready to return your gun. And he drove supposedly all the way 45 minutes to Middleburg to return his gun that he had bought, he loaned for $100. And he said, well, I think he was driving an old car, maybe a Cavalier. Well, guess what? When the records were checked on his phone, and we're going to have a phone analyst talk to you and testify, there's no call from Scotty, no Scotty. And he says, well, that's what happened. Scotty decided just coincidentally around noontime after his pregnant girlfriend had been killed, he decided to drive 45 minutes to return the gun. And they said, well, did you ask Scotty what happened with this gun? And he goes, no, I just assumed something bad would happen. And you'll see in this interview, he goes back and forth. The clothes are mine. No, the clothes are his. No, the clothes are mine. So he's inconsistent throughout this interview.
He hasn't got much imagination, has he?
What's going to be very interesting is after the Scotty story, and he's
You're
all over the place, he's being inconsistent, the detective said, you know what, we're done. You know, you buried the clothes with blood on
You have to
it.
find
You
Bry.
buried the murder weapon.
He's lost in the ether.
It's your pregnant girlfriend. You're being charged with murder. And they said, we're going to go do the paperwork, and then leave him alone in the interview room. And you're going to see while he's sitting in there,
This is
at
crazy.
first he's just sitting there, and
Can
he's
you pause
been
for a
calm
second?
the whole interview. Except initially, when they first told him that she had died, he was emotional for less than 3 minutes, and then he was back to calm. But all of a sudden, he's starting to get antsy. His legs starting to shake. He's looking around. And as he's sitting there, he looks up at the ceiling for a second, and you can see the wheels turning. And then he looks over at the camera, and he walks over to the camera and kind of waves his hand, because these interviews are recorded, and he waits for a second, and nothing happens. So he turns around and takes one of the chairs at the table, puts it on the table, climbs up on the table, and he's trying to get through the tiles in the roof. And of course, the detectives come in and prevent that. But he's clearly trying to climb out of the roof. And
The idiot tried to escape
Oh, my
through the ceiling
Lord.
of the police station.
Oh, if you look up the definition of idiot in the dictionary, his picture's there.
Hey, Flashman, good luck with your job interview.
Yeah.
Let us know how it goes. So I hope you,
Did
if this
he
is the job you
know?
want, I hope you get it.
Did he know that she was pregnant?
I
Do you
don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
sure we'll find out.
he's a genius,
Oh,
Vaughn.
yeah.
He's a genius.
Oh, yeah, he's up there.
Carmen, I don't know if she's still here or not, because I was going to ask her about him waving to the camera. If they were just sitting there watching him wave to the camera to see what he was
Yeah,
going to do.
probably.
And then the idiot's like, nobody's watching. Let me get this chair and put it
I'm
on top
out of
of the
here.
table. Nobody will notice when I leave.
Hasta la vista.
Yeah, they won't even notice I'm gone, and they'll never figure out. They'll think it's like poltergeist. Put the chair on the table.
Poof.
Poof,
Gone.
disappeared. Like, yeah, I saw Jody was over 200. Oops, sorry, Vaughn. You guys. Whoop. I saw you were over 200 yesterday.
Yay.
So good job. It depends on the department setup. Well, I would hope that they're watching.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't wait to see his police video, because I can't wait
Yeah.
to see him try. Let me put a pillow in my place and no one knows. Make sure you fluff it. You know
He
we're
was
all
in
fluffy.
disguise. You can't see
Yeah.
me. You can't see me.
Yeah, it's like a cat. We used to have a cat that would hide his eyes so
Mhm.
if he couldn't see you, you couldn't see
Yep.
him.
Yep.
Ah, this dude. I wouldn't. Yeah, well, I'll save my thought for a second.
Yeah.
in that interview room. Now, after he's charged, the detective doesn't stop there, though. He continues his investigation. A couple of days after this, there's a worker, you're going to hear from him, Florida Department of Transportation, I think. He was on I-295 near Dunn Avenue. He gets out his truck to do a job, and he goes, man, I dropped my phone. He reaches down and picks up the phone, and he goes, wait a minute, this isn't my phone. Well, he'll tell you, he's kind of tech savvy. He went into the emergency contacts. He was able to figure out it was Miss Young's phone. He was able to
Thanks,
get with
Gabby.
the detective and turn that phone in. You're also going to hear that on a hunch, the detective who used to live in Middleburg thought, you know what, there's a toll road near between the ravines, which is where his parents live, ravines in Middleburg. There is a toll road that would take you from the ravines up to just a little bit on I-10, then up to I-295, and you're right there at Mission Point Apartments, which is where she was killed. He goes, you know what, I'm going to pull some toll records, see if anything pops up. So he runs some toll records for that morning. And again, we know the shooting was at 1:30 in the morning. So he runs some toll records right around that time. And guess whose truck had been driven from the direction of the ravines,
Fancy that.
gated community, up
Hmm.
to Mission Point. That would be Bursey Armstrong's stepdad's truck. And he will come in and testify.
Ooh,
So we know now that
stepdad.
his stepdad's truck has been driven up that toll road. Now once leaves the toll road, you don't have a history of where it's going, but it's not too far if you turn onto 10 and then get on I-295 and you're right there at Mission Point Apartments where she was.
I believe you.
But then it doesn't stop there. When he gets the toll records, they show that he hit that toll, that first toll that would have been the closest one to the Ravines community, around, I think it's like 12:37 in the morning. And then coming back, when it picks up that toll road coming back down, it's like 1:51 in the morning. Again, keep in mind, murder was before 1:30 and now he's heading back. And so he pulls the Ravine surveillance video. Now you can't see the tag, but you see a black truck
Thanks, Gabby.
and the stepdad on a black Toyota Tundra is leaving the Ravines gated community at 12:27 a.m. is when he leaves. And the detective, he's driven that route. He's going to take approximately 40 to 45 minutes. So you see this truck leaving the Ravines at around 12:27. 45 minutes would put it up at Mission Point Apartments just after 1, which is when the shooting was heard. And then coming back, you see that same truck enter back into the Ravines community about 2:10 in the morning. Again, times match. And that phone, where that phone was found, if you take that toll road, get on
Aww.
10 for a little bit, and then come straight up like you're headed to Mission Point Apartments, that phone on the southbound side, so if someone would have been heading back down towards the toll road, that's where that phone was found, which again would be on the route going from Mission Point Apartments back towards the Ravines. That's where the victim's phone was found.
That detective
You're
didn't
also
work for
going to
Canton.
hear that they did check DNA. That's going to be analyzed, and they swabbed the pockets of the sweatpants, and there's DNA from both the defendant and the victim in the pockets, but the blood that's on the pants and the blood that's on the hoodie is all the victims. And those are the same clothes that he said, oh, I did yard work in those in Middleburg, and I just put them under there. But it has the victim's blood on it. The phone records will show very volatile back and forth messages. Why won't you marry me? I love you. I want to have a family. We share 2 children. And I think one of the last emails he sent her was, you're just a has-been DJ. I can't believe I wanted to start a family with you. Very toxic text messages. But what is interesting, and the analysts will tell you this, is the phone. Because keep in mind, during that first interview, the detective's going to tell you that this man was very confident. You're going to find that my phone was in Middleburg when this murder happened.
Gabby,
Well,
please explain.
It was. The analyst is going to tell you that, so the last text message between Ms. Young and this defendant was almost at midnight. At 12:15 a.m., his phone, the defendant's phone, goes dormant, as if it's still on, but it's been just kind of turned over. And keep in mind, 12:15, the phone goes dormant. 12:27, you see the truck leaving the community. That truck, that phone is dormant until 2:15 in the morning, when that truck comes back in around 2:10 or 2:12. So once that truck is back in the neighborhood, all of a sudden, guess what? His phone is active and he's scrolling. And so what's the first thing he scrolls around 2:15 in the morning? Are you still mad at me? You're not responding. What's wrong? And then he does something that's very interesting. Their phone and text history shows that they were not callers. They texted, they did social media, they didn't call. And all of a sudden, he tries to call her like 20 times, right in a row. And keep in mind, he told the detectives, oh, my phone's not going to show. If my phone's going to show I was there and I wasn't involved. And
All right,
then
I gotta
you're
pause
going
for
to
just a
have,
second.
Mhm.
I gotta pause. I gotta do it. Christine, I appreciate that you've got a letter from Ty, but that's not what we're going to talk about right now. So we really just I'm glad that you have the
Oh, I
information
didn't even see that.
from him, but I really just want to concentrate on this trial. I'm not trying to be rude, but it's a conversation for a different time.
Like I said, where you tried to climb out of the interview room and you hid the evidence. After you see all the evidence and you hear all the testimony, and you're gonna see the casings that match the murder weapon, you're gonna see the bloody clothes that match the victim's DNA. You'll see the second interview. You'll hear about the text from his phone. All of that is consistent with the fact that this man had the motive. He had 2 children with a woman that he did not want to marry, and she wanted to marry, and she's now pregnant with their 3rd child. He had the opportunity because he could use his stepdad's truck. He could get over there. He had the murder weapon, and he had the consciousness of guilt. After he left the homicide, he threw the phone out. He came home. He hid the clothes. He hid the murder weapon, and then he tried to escape from the interview room. I'm confident after you hear all that you will return a verdict of guilty as charged to both count 1, the murder of Tashika Young, and count 2, when she died, you're going to hear from the medical examiner that her unborn child died. And so count 2 would be for her unborn child. Thank you.
All right,
Hey,
thank you, Ms.
Bri.
Sanchez. All right, Mr. Fletcher, defense attorney.
Oh,
Hey,
he
wait,
found us.
wait,
Yay!
because he's not. I can see. I have both chat because he's
Do
not a
you?
mod on my
You should
channel.
do.
I do.
He's a mine.
Yeah, that's why I was like, wait a minute, Bri, did you
Whoop,
mod
whoop.
yourself? No modding yourself on my channel. Just kidding. Hey, I did get called out
He
for only
found us. He
having
found us.
female mods the other day, so
I did see that. Yes.
yes,
That was Georgie, wasn't it?
it was. And
Yes.
George disappears too much to Judge Wolf's courtroom, so Bri's in the running. Bri's in the running to be the
Oh
first
yeah.
male mod
He
on
good.
my channel.
He's actually my admin.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
so just so you know, Bri, you might be modded on my channel one day.
If
Tell
he
me if you don't want
if he
to.
pops in, he's like got the whole control of my channel as well, so he can
Nice.
pop in and out as he pleases.
Surprise!
Surprise!
I'm here. Do you see you ladies on? Well,
It was my fault, Bri.
we're a little
Me
hard to get.
Mm.
All right.
Somehow created 2 streams. Whoops.
Yeah, we're. You know, what are you gonna do? So
Double
get
trouble.
ready for this
Yeah.
awesome
Defense.
defense opening. It's great. It's great. He's as smart as his defendant, as his client.
Oh.
Actually, I think it's really just he didn't have anything to work with.
Uh-huh.
That's my thoughts on there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so weird. When he posts on yours from yours, he's Bry's blue. When he posts on mine, he's green. So,
Oh, I can see both.
yeah. All right, let's listen to this. Hold on to your seats. Like I blow you right out of them.
The Constitution in this country makes criminal cases very simple. The state bears the burden of proof. If they don't prove it, beyond a reasonable doubt, you must acquit. Throughout the course of this trial, the state will call witnesses, and I will question them after the state goes. At the end of the trial, if Mr. Armstrong chooses to become a witness on his own behalf, then you will hear from him.
Oh, I bet he doesn't.
If the state fails to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt to you, in here, beyond a reasonable doubt, we will ask you to acquit him. Thank you.
Wow.
That's it.
That's it. That's all.
I got me a dirty
you got?
Glock.
Like
Dirty Glock
nothing.
and some
He wasn't
some
there.
on my clothes.
I got nothing. Wasn't
No.
there.
I got digital evidence.
Yep. I can prove
Okay.
it. His phone's going to put him at work. He was in Connecticut where he lived.
Mhm.
Uh, ugh, say something. Say something. That was awful.
Yeah.
All right, let me find my cursor. I always lose my cursor.
I made mine bigger, so I didn't.
I need to. Yeah, that's all, Bun. That's all.
Yeah.
Just,
Okay.
you know,
Bye. All that hard work for-
Constitution,
yeah.
reasonable doubt, I'm out. You probably won't find any have been violated for my client. So, you know, there's not going to
Uh-huh.
be any Alec Baldwin shenanigans going on in this one. I'm
Oh.
not seeing it.
Mm-mm.
Sorry to bring that name up. But I was so proud to, when Adair said he figured it out. So I was glad. I need to check. I saw something. It would be really quick if it was true that they had disbarred that prosecutor. I think it,
Really, Morrissey?
yeah, but I haven't been able to verify that, and that
I
seems
thought her
really
sanction
quick.
was the dismissal.
I would think, if anything, that she should be sanctioned. That she will not be. She won't be disbarred. I mean,
No,
yeah, Alec Baldwin. I don't know if you saw that.
Alec Baldwin.
Baldwin, the prosecutor committed a pretty big Brady violation, and the judge dismissed the whole thing with prejudice. So he's done. And yeah, prosecutor should be in trouble. But I've heard other attorneys say that really the only way that you get disbarred is if you're taking your client's money. So I don't know that. I don't think if anything happens to her, it won't be that. I don't believe. And like I said, I haven't been able to verify that story. So don't take my word for it. All right. So this is yesterday. This is day one of witnesses. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, I think they're sleeping, Kim, but you'll have to keep your eye because she's another cat person. Jody's a cat person.
Oh, yes.
She has several running around behind her. That freaks me out
Yeah.
sometimes because I think they're
You just
I
see a
think they're
tail.
behind me. Yes, I see a tail and I'm like, where is that? But
Yeah.
I've caught myself a couple times getting ready to reach, like try to, because I don't understand why it's there.
They scoot just under the camera, and all you can see is this tail.
Well, and it's black, and my cat's tail was black. So it's like it's almost like a ghost. My ghost cat is here.
Yeah.
But my mind is still, it just goes back to right, I had a cat. Or I have a cat. But
Bri, there's 2 blank messages
yeah.
in chat on both. I don't know if you've tried to write something or not.
It is a good courtroom, but the acoustics.
Red Oak, is it?
I don't know what that is. I'm not good at that.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say you know how you just start saying something and then you realize your chat, so you stop.
Uh-huh.
That's me.
Zip it good.
90% of the time I'm like, what could they say about that? A lot.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
I'm just careful. All right. So the first person on the stand is going to be the woman that called 911 and heard all the sounds that she heard.
Oh,
Oh, your cat's called Ghost. Talking about
I
my
have
cat being a ghost.
I have a Finn, a Clumsy, a Felix, and a Claudia.
Claudia. I like that.
CLAW.
Yes. I like that one.
Princess.
My cat was just Miley. I did not name her. Carmen did. And at that age, she could have very well been named after Miley Cyrus. I don't know.
Mhm.
You know, Carmen was young enough at that time to have listened to Miley Cyrus. Nothing wrong with Miley Cyrus, by the way. Just I had a cat named Miley, and I did not like taking it anywhere and telling everybody my cat's name was Miley. It's because like naming my
She
cat.
is sassy. She's like her mother. Yeah.
Hey there. Thank you. for saying that. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you doing it. Smudge.
Oh, that's a good one.
Smudge.
That's a really good one.
That is a good one. It's different.
Mhm.
Not like Miley.
I didn't say that.
You didn't have to. I'm proud. I'll admit
I
it.
won't tell you what I wanted to name a cat once. I'll tell you off screen.
Uh-oh.
Hasn't been 2 hours yet.
It has not. It has not.
Nope.
I
Mhm.
didn't turn any. There should not be any ads on. I didn't turn them on today, so because I didn't know what it would do. So
Oh,
it should be we're ad free, so I don't have to worry about.
1,000 sub problems.
Yes. And I'm sitting right there. I'm sitting right there. It's like, oh, you wanted to get here. We knocked you down 3 times, and now you're here. So now you're gonna sit
Oh.
here. There will not be 1,000. And I
one.
had it. Yeah, I had 1,002, and then I went back down, and then I came
Yeah.
back up. You know how it is.
Mhm.
But then since I finally hit it the 3rd time, it's like, now you're done. You're just gonna sit here for a little bit, like I'm in timeout.
Ugh. Yeah.
What are you doing? Oh, you're going to pick apart like a car place, right? Am I right, Adair? A car place. We have a pick apart around here. All right. He's a brat. He's a big white smudge on his orange face. Oh, orange cats can be. They're different. Orange cats are a different
Mhm.
breed.
Ginger ninjas.
Oh yeah. Oh, I got it right. Well, I hope you find the part you need to pick.
We used to call it pinch apart.
So, good luck with finding the part for your car, sir.
Mm.
Yes, that's right. All right, let's. That's a nice little break. Let's go.
Do it. So this is the lady in the unit below, is that right?
Yes, and these floors and walls had to be paper thin for everything she says she hears.
Thank you very much.
Talking to the microphone, lady.
Where did you live from July 22nd, 2022 to July 23rd, 2022?
Bishop Boyd Apartments, number 304.
And what apartment? You said you lived in apartment 304.
Yes.
What was the layout of the apartment that you lived in?
And the inside.
Yes.
When you walk through the door, you have the bar area to the right, the living room to your left, dining room to the right, a few steps up, the second bathroom to the right,
Yep,
across the hall, room to the left.
I can't
And
help
if
it.
you walk straight, you have the main bedroom with the master bathroom and the closet.
I want to turn your attention to that date that I said before, the early hours of July 23rd, 2022. Did you wake up after midnight, going from the 22nd into the 23rd?
Yes, I did.
And why did you wake up? What were you doing?
I was waking up to feed my 8-month-old son at the time.
While you were feeding your 8-month-old son at the time, getting those things ready, do you recall hearing anything outside of your apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you hear?
At first, I heard it sounded like someone was stomping up the stairs outside of the apartment door.
And when you say stomping up the stairs, can you describe that a little more clearly?
As if they were running up the stairs, but it sounded like more like they were skipping steps, but they were stomping so hard it alerted me from against bottom.
After those steps, after that person went up the stairs, you described as stomping, what happened then?
I was a little startled, so I grabbed my son's bottle out of the warmer. I grabbed my cell phone, and at that time, I could hear the front door bust open.
And that's the front door upstairs above you?
Yes, ma'am.
After you heard that sound, did you go anywhere in your apartment?
I did.
Where did you go?
I immediately went to the doorway of my bedroom to check and make sure that my son was still asleep.
After you heard that sounded like the door got kicked upstairs, did you hear any other loud sounds?
The only sounds I heard was someone stepping down the hallway at the same time as I was.
And so, based on the fact that you were going down the hallway and those steps were also going down the hallway, could you assume that you were kind of right beneath that person?
Absolutely.
Okay. Once you got to your bedroom and you were with your son, did you hear any other loud sounds above you at that point while you were in your room?
I did while I was standing in my doorway.
What did you hear?
I heard the bedroom door bust open. Then I heard things falling on the floor. Then I heard a young woman above me who was crying and screaming. I heard her say, "Please, no, I love you twice."
Yes,
And
ma'am.
then I heard a loud bang, and I heard children screaming and yelling.
Now I want to back up just a little bit with you, Ms. Ward, to that, when you heard that second loud sound, it sounded like that bedroom door being opened. After that, you said that you heard things hitting the floor. What did it sound like to you that you heard hitting the floor?
At first, it sounded maybe like a van.
That's what it is for me too, Bon. It's just echoey, and like you can tell the TV station has it turned up really loud. You know how when you have the volume turned up really loud when you're trying to hear something really soft and you hear that shh kind of. That's what I hear. All right, Carmen. I wondered why are you in timeout, but you can't tell me why you're in timeout because then you'll be in timeout again. So
Oh.
you'll have to text me and tell me. She didn't like sitting in timeout when she was a child, and YouTube puts her in timeout all the time.
Really? Automatically?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. She gets put in timeout all the time.
Is that a monetization thing?
Nope.
Oh.
I don't know what she said. If you say, I don't
Certain
know.
words.
Yes. You didn't even say anything.
Ah.
I had to appeal it and everything this time. Huh.
So she's just in chat and YouTube puts her in timeout automatically on your channel.
Yep. Yeah, I didn't have
Wow.
anything to do with it. I thought she just left or fell asleep because she's been up for so long. But nope. See, Jody, I have people fall asleep on me all the time. It's okay.
Sorry.
It was okay. I think the other witnesses sound is better. Right. Well, I don't know what she did.
Oh, he's back.
Because sometimes I see like if messages have to be approved. So if Gabby or
Oh.
Carmen's in here, then I'll see that they said something, but YouTube didn't let it through, and then a mod can approve it. But sometimes you just get put in timeout. And I don't know if you've ever typed a message that just has an X by it when you haven't really said anything at all. You can't appeal that. Your mods don't even see that. And it just tells you this is like spam. This might be spam. I'm like, it's my message and it's my channel. and it won't even be anything. You might say, oh my gosh, I hope you didn't hit her too hard talking about something happening on the trial, and it won't let you. It'll just be like X.
Wow.
She didn't do anything wrong. We are going to free Carmen. She said if he was wearing camouflage, it would make it even funnier. And got banned.
Oh.
What is wrong with that?
Sounds like a challenge, Bri.
Yes. I'm not sure which channel I want you to do that challenge on, Bri.
Oh, you can do it on me. I got nothing to lose.
You know, fun is
Nothing
fun, but
just make sure it's blue, right?
okay, we'll go on.
Second kiss your daddy.
The person just fell on the floor or whatever that's in the apartment. It just sounded like something hard hit the floor.
And now you described what this
Oh,
apartment
Carmen.
above you,
Mhm.
obviously flooring and all kinds of things between you
Yes,
and that
ma'am.
apartment. How is it that you could guess you could hear that speaking, the young woman's voice that was saying those things?
Oh, goodness.
I was
Like
standing in the doorway of my bedroom, and I guess the floors are just thin because I could hear everything she was saying.
Did it sound like she was standing or laying down?
She was laying on the floor as if something was being put over her head, I'm guessing.
Oh.
Because you could hear her say, "No, please, I love you," clearly directly through the floor. She gasped and took a deep breath.
Ooh.
And then she said, "No, please, I love you" again. And then that's when you heard the loud boom.
I mean,
You'd never
Did
forget
you-
that.
You had, I
Yes.
apologize. Did you call anyone when you heard these sounds?
Yes, I immediately called 911. I started calling 911 when I heard the person running up the steps, actually.
You have permission to approach the witness? Yes.
she was so clear about what she heard. Somebody taking a deep breath.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's very detailed.
Yep. And she called 911, yet
Yes.
the body wasn't found until the next day.
Yes. So the next person after her, I believe, is one of the officers that showed up to try to explain why they didn't enter the apartment.
Mm.
I didn't listen
be
to
good.
it all. So yeah, it better be good because they can't say that it wasn't. We know the door was broken.
Mm.
So I don't know why they didn't investigate it further, but they didn't. And those two babies hopefully will not remember what they saw.
Yep.
More representing you has been previously identified as state exhibit A for identification. Do you
I'm
recognize
sorry,
this?
Carmen.
Yes, ma'am.
I know that I've destroyed your view of law
Does
enforcement.
it have any markings on there that you recognize?
Yes, my signature.
And since, have you had an opportunity to listen to the contents of this list?
Yes.
Okay. Does it truly and accurately depict your 911 call that night?
Yes, ma'am.
You have permission to move this into evidence as state's exhibit 1. Is there any objection? Okay, without objection, exhibit A will be moved into evidence as exhibit number 1.
Permission to
Now, Commissioner
publish.
Polish? Yes.
Yes.
I'll allow it.
Sidebar.
Sidebar.
That's my confused accent.
Okay, what's going on?
It's just being so quiet.
There's a girl who's on top of mine that's ill with his man, and I heard her say, he threw her over there, and I heard her say, "No, please, I love you, I love you." She said, "No, please, I love you." She must have had her head on the floor, because I can hear it from my room. I was saying, "No, please, don't, I love you," and then I just heard loud boom. What do you mean by loud?
Lucky the bullet didn't go through the floor.
Totally.
Did you think he like banged her head against something, or was it a gun? I don't know. to me on there. I don't hear her anymore. I hear her child up there crying.
Mhm.
I don't hear her.
It still gets her. I can't imagine.
Yeah,
Ms. Ward,
absolutely.
before police arrived, did you hear any additional noises above your apartment?
Before the police arrived,
Yes, ma'am.
I can hear, a child,
And can you take a
Oh,
second and absolutely use tissues?
oh, bless.
Because now she knows they sat there
Yeah,
all that time.
she'd be reliving that.
Yep.
I heard a child screaming his mom, for his mom, and I can hear someone upstairs moving.
You said that you could hear someone upstairs moving. What were you able to make out from here?
I just heard the child screaming. And I heard someone moving up and down the hall. And then I heard the police knock on the door, and then the kids got very quiet. The footsteps stopped.
So he was still there.
And then you could hear
Yeah.
them again after that.
Oh,
So you can hear footsteps going up and down the hallway, which ceased along with the foot crying the police got there.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak to the police when they arrived?
No,
Why not?
oh,
I was too scared to open my door.
I don't blame you.
Did you call anyone else other than the police that night while you were so afraid?
I called my child's father.
And what did you call him to do?
Really just for some comfort and to come get me and my son because I was too afraid to stay in the apartment.
So after the police left that night, did you leave your apartment with your baby father, your child's father?
I did.
When was in front? Yes. Nothing further.
4 months pregnant she was.
Ms. Ward, did you ever hear the person leave the apartment, come back downstairs?
I did not.
And did you ever look out the window to see if anybody could come out?
I wouldn't be able to see if anybody came out because I stayed under her.
Okay. What about for the key holder to the people?
I did not.
Did you ever hear the door, the front door closed?
I did not.
That's all.
All right, any redirect?
No, you're right, so it's excused.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ward. You may step down, your excuse is free to go.
Yeah, that's awful. That poor woman.
Hmm.
I'm sure there's guilt there because she didn't know those kids were still what had happened.
All right,
She
so
Yeah.
knew
you may call
something.
your next witness.
They would call Officer Anthony.
Officer Anthony, please.
It does seem to take a while for the witnesses to get up to witness. So I don't know where they're keeping them.
It's a long courtroom.
Yes.
Hello, sir. How you doing? Oh, I said that out loud, didn't I? Mm-mm.
Sure, Commissioner White.
Yes.
Good morning, Officer Anthony.
Good morning.
Can you spell your name for the record?
JOSEPHANTY.
Oh, God, my ex was called Jonathan.
How long have you been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Oops.
10 years with Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in November, and 4.5 years in Lake City Police Department.
I'm sorry, which police? Okay.
What is your current assignment with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Patrol in District 6.
And District 6, can you describe what area is that?
It's going to be the north side of Jacksonville, then all the way to the county line, starting at approximately Lynn Turner, 95.
I want to turn your attention to the early hours of July 23rd, 2022. Were you on duty that day?
Yes,
Do you recall receiving a call for service?
Just a touch, Gabby, just a touch.
I do.
Sorry, slightly after 1 a.m. What was that call regarding?
It's been a while.
It was in reference to a weapon assault, a possible assault with a weapon.
Did you respond to that call?
I did.
We'll see when
Do
you
you
get back
recall
on.
where it was?
It was at Mission 25,
Toodaloo.
I believe 12450 Biscayne Boulevard.
That in Duval County?
It is.
Do you recall around what time you got there?
I got there at 1:49 a.m. in the morning.
Once you arrived on scene, where did you go?
Okay, so 20 minutes later, not even that long.
I believe it was building 3 in the direction of apartment 304.
Was anyone with you?
Officer Cole and Officer Fonseca were on the call.
Toodaloo.
And you said you went in the direction of apartment 304. Is that actually the apartment that the call was regarding?
That's the call that we got dispatched to.
Correct. And was that call regarding like actually apartment 304 or a different apartment?
That could have been the complainant's address, if I remember correctly. When I looked at the call, I know the apartment, the subject apartment is going to be 312, but I think that was the complainant's apartment, I believe. But that's what the call showed, apartment 304, right?
Okay.
I called straight.
And then you said the suspect apartment is apartment 312.
Yeah.
Do you know where apartment 312 is in relation to apartment 304?
Knowing that that report was in reference to Mr. Armstrong, that's going to be on the second floor.
Okay. And is that above apartment 304?
I believe so.
Did you actually go to apartment 312?
I did.
Did you make entry into that apartment?
No, we did not make entry to the apartment.
Could you hear any sounds inside of that apartment?
Didn't hear any sounds.
No moans, cries for help, babies crying?
Yeah, so when we got there, fire rescue was already there. They had been there for approximately, I don't know, they had been there for a while. All they heard from what I remember was just dogs barking. And they didn't hear anything reference to the complaint. That the complainant had called about reference to the noises from inside, babies crying. Didn't hear any disturbance, didn't hear anybody fighting.
And you yourself also didn't hear anything, correct?
I didn't hear anything.
So fire department went as well.
Knocked on the door. No obvious signs of damage, like the call note said, that the door was kicked in. No obvious signs of damage to the door. At that time, no blood or nothing that would indicate reason why we should go in.
Did you speak with the 911 caller that night?
I didn't speak with that caller. I attempted, after I could make contact with anybody at that door, I attempted to make contact with the complainant. I later learned, I guess she was peeping out the peephole at me, but she didn't talk to us.
But regardless, you did not speak to her that
No.
night.
Okay, so if he got there at 1:49, so this takes place at 1:30 around. He gets there at 1:49, and he's saying the fire department's already been there.
Yeah.
Well, how fast did they get there? And who's making those babies be quiet?
Yeah.
They didn't know, Carmen, they didn't know there was a scene to secure at that time because they didn't go in. They didn't go into the apartment. And it's odd to me because I've seen when police are getting a call, 911 call, and they're going, they'll tell the 911 operator to call back the complaining witness to get information. So if he wasn't able to get her to answer the door or get the complainant to answer the door, call her back. Because she probably would have answered the phone. She just didn't probably want to be seen talking to the police.
She's scared shitless.
Absolutely. So she didn't want to be seen talking to the police. Probably would have talked to him on the phone. It'd been nice to know if they tried that. He doesn't seem real sure of his information that he's giving here. And I did another bad pause. I do that all the time on these poor people. Sorry. It's a gift.
Yeah.
And I want to go back to the door. Did you touch the door at any point?
I did, so I wanted to verify to see if it was kicked open or not. From my angle, I was on the left side of the door, behind the actual, a little bit to the left of where the door handle was, so I would be immediately in front of the door. Now, I wanted to open the door or test the door to see had it been busted in or anything that would indicate that it was forced entry was on that door, and I didn't see any forced entry on that door. So I opened the door, see it was unlocked, and the door was unlocked. So I opened it, and I
What?
closed it, and Officer
Did
Cole
you-
mentioned there was no damage on the door. From what I understood from him, that it was superficial.
No, he did
I
not.
didn't think it was anything. From my angle, it was nothing obvious. And at that time, out of my 12-year career, I've never gone to a forced entry call where a door has
Oh,
been
wait.
busted in.
Wait, give us my 12 years career, my
Oh, no,
training,
you
and from
didn't.
my training and experience told me not to call out to see if anybody was there by chance.
Oh,
Maybe have two little kids come running to you if they could. I'm not convinced they could.
he gained entry. He had
Yes,
probable
the
cause.
door was open. Just yell,
Oh.
hello, is anybody home? Is anybody there? Does anybody need help?
Yes.
What the heck, dude? Carmen, my daughter, she's salty today. she's being a little salty today. Yeah. The expression that you have on your face right now, sir, is the expression I have on mine. What were you
Yeah.
doing? What were you doing? Superficial damage. It's damage. I've seen you guys use less to bring charges on people. So no. Why can they not just do things?
That's not good enough.
Due to forced entry, where the door actually closed. Immediately when he told me that, I pushed back on the door, and the door is solid. It shuts. It was solid. Where when you pushed on it, it was latch.
Okay. So the door, even if there was damage to it, it was at least secure.
Yes.
Once you determined that that door was secured and that 911 caller wouldn't speak to you for further information, what did you do?
At that point, the 911 call, before I just left, we went to the exterior of the window, went to the exterior of the apartment to the back, checked the back to see was there anything obvious, any windows broken, anything like that. I remember there being no lights on. So we did a search of the residence, could we see anything obvious that was out of place, and didn't see that. So at that time, we cleared the scene.
And by clearing the scene, you left.
Yes.
Officer Anthony, I know you said you slightly opened the door, slightly shut it. Why didn't you just make entry into that apartment?
So it's not unusual at all, and I know people might find this, I don't know, but a lot of people find it difficult to believe that a lot of people leave their doors unlocked. It's not uncommon for people to leave their doors unlocked in apartment complexes or just homes in general. So that minus, we have a handful of reasons that we can enter a residence, somebody being in medical distress, somebody potentially being injured.
Yeah.
Us not being able to hear anything, nobody being able to say, us not being able to see any footprints on the door, showing that the door had been kicked in, not seeing any blood, not seeing anything that would indicate there was forced entry. I didn't feel like there was probable cause to go in somebody's house with guns drawn.
Rubbish.
And it really didn't have a witness or somebody to back up that they actually saw something. Not only that, when we were going to the call notes are what we talked about, but the witness also said something in reference to it being a male subject that I was familiar with. It was probably the grandma or something. The grandma and the male subject.
And Officer Anthony, I want to back up just a little bit.
Okay.
wasn't the
So,
grandma
based
at
on
that
what I
time.
understand, the fact that you were not able to make contact with the 911 caller, as well as the damage not leaving as severe as what you were anticipating, and not hearing anyone inside the apartment, that's why you didn't take entry?
That's correct.
Okay.
Along with what I was about to say, yes. in the future.
Absolutely, Carmen.
Once you left the scene, did you have any other further involvement in this case?
Yep, so we went back the next day, Officer Cole and I, we went back, we had to sit on the house. And prior to getting this, I just leave it at that.
Want me to confirm? Okay.
I'll just leave it at that. I've dug myself a deep enough hole.
Yeah.
Does probable cause keep you from yelling, "Anybody in here? Do you need help?"
Mm-hmm.
The door was open.
Yes,
And when you pull up, there are fire engines and other people there?
yes.
Okay, so how long, how many minutes did you talk to people and then go upstairs, or how did that work?
So we went directly to the apartment in question. And
So you went to 304 first?
this happened like 2 years ago. When I looked at the call notes just before I walked in here, it said apartment 304, so I was a little confused. I think 304 is actually the complainant's address, and it was a reference to the above where she was. So we went to the second floor immediately. We didn't go to 304 first.
You went to 312 first?
Yes.
And about what time did you arrive at 312? If you pulled up at 149.
About a minute, about less than a minute later.
So 150.
Something roughly.
That's all right. But actually, you later learned that the person in 304 who had made the call was actually still behind the door while you were there.
Yeah, I later learned that, yes.
And then at some point later, she left. Did you see her? You obviously didn't see her.
We talking about the appointment.
Yes. One of the phone.
We never saw her. If I saw her and we were able to verify what she heard, then we would have probable cause to go in the door. If she could testify that, like I said, the person she referenced lived on the third floor. And I was familiar with him and had responded to noise complaints in reference to that person before.
So a phone call saying she heard a gunshot wasn't enough.
No. And she
All
did
right, thank you,
testify to it.
officer.
Right for you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
So, her mother, the victim's mom, is coming up
All right,
next.
state your name for your next witness.
Say about Olivia Young.
Olivia Young, please.
So not to delay.
Oh dear. And she found her, didn't she?
Yeah.
Oh.
Judge, I believe she might be outside.
Yeah, I think the bailiff went to go.
But, you know, if you got a call that's that serious and you don't call them back, and then you probably have your
Mhm.
probable cause.
Forward and be sworn.
And maybe it doesn't work that, black and white, but the door was
And
open.
not all unalivings need a door broken in to have a crime.
Right. I mean, the door was open. You opened the door.
Sometimes people unalive people that they know.
Yes. Most of the time, that's who it is. Not a stranger.
Good morning, Ms. Young. I want you to pull that microphone close to you because I know you're kind of soft-spoken. And could you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Olivia Annette Small Young.
And how do you spell Olivia Young?
Olivia Young, Young.
Now, Ms. Young, are you currently employed?
I'm retired,
Retired from what?
retired educator, a teacher,
For how many years?
36.
Now, what was your relationship to Tashika Young?
That was my daughter,
Was she your only child?
my only child.
Now, back in 2022, did you and your daughter communicate regularly?
Yes, we did,
Was that mostly in person or by phone?
in person.
Now, at my request, did you review your contact information on your phone for your daughter? On your phone, like her phone number and everything?
Yes,
And what was her telephone number back in July 2022?
904-609-1886.
Now, was your daughter working in 2022?
2022, yes.
And what was she doing?
Tashika was, during the summer, she was a sub, and then she was a radio personality.
And had she recently gotten to reach to further her teaching position?
Yes, she got her master's degree in leadership.
Did your daughter have any children?
Two,
And who were they?
Bursey and Bailey.
And how old were Bursey and Bailey in July of 2022?
Bailey was 1 going on 2, and Bursey was 2 going on 3.
And who was the father of those 2 children?
An a-hole.
The father, Bursey Armstrong.
She didn't even want to say it.
Since your daughter had 2 children with Bursey Armstrong, had you had contact with him? Had you met him before?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom today? And if you need to stand up and look around, you can. I know there's a monitor there.
Yes, I see him.
Could you identify him by where he's seated and maybe an article of clothing he's wearing?
He has on glasses and he has on a dark suit and got his hand up on his mouth.
Can I make a record of what she's identified the defendant?
Yes.
The record shall so reflect. Thank you, Jen. You have something.
They're like rice chips or something.
Now, in July
Oh, sorry.
2022, your daughter pregnant,
Yes,
father
Huh?
of the unborn child.
Bursey Armstrong.
How long has your daughter been in a relationship with Bursey Armstrong?
Oh, I think maybe 8 to 10 plus years, something
Wow.
like that.
Was there a relationship during those years, on again, off again?
On again, off again, yes.
From what you could see, did you think it was a healthy relationship?
Vaughn? No. He tried to explain why they didn't go in there. I don't think he's Jody's boyfriend anymore
No.
because he was awful. Awful. He had opened the door because it wasn't latched. And he didn't. I'm not saying you go in. I get it. But do you have to have probable cause to say, is anybody in here? Does anybody need help in here? Your door was open. He did nothing. He shut the door. And he didn't even try to contact the 911 caller who you probably heard. He didn't try to make any more contact with her. She wouldn't talk to him because she was scared.
But there wasn't any blood on the door, so there was no reason.
Yeah. And the damage on the door was, minor. Wasn't anything. So, oh yeah, it's great. And the fire department got there before him. They didn't go in. I mean, which they shouldn't have. But so everybody had to be there in pretty close time after the crime was committed because the officer got there at 1:49. So I don't know. I'm now wondering if he was in there with his hand over those kids' mouths.
For sure.
Yep. And left after. Because they didn't sit there and watch. They didn't watch who was coming and going. They didn't have any reason to. I'll give them that. Whatever.
And she didn't hear the footsteps coming down the stairs.
Yeah. So I think he was probably in there until after they left. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how you keep those. The kids don't generally quiet down that fast. I don't know because, she could hear her take a deep breath through the floor.
Yeah.
That's
chilling.
Are you saying you'd be surprised to bond, Carmen? I don't know. I guess they know their neighborhoods, but obviously he didn't. And I think I get it. Maybe he's nervous, but in his 12 years of experience, I'm sure he's testified a time or two.
Were you aware that earlier in 2022, Mr. Armstrong had moved out of the state?
Yes.
In those periods when your daughter and the defendant were in the off-again part of their relationship, throughout those years, did your daughter date anyone else?
No.
And even after the defendant moved out of state, did your daughter date anyone else?
No.
Hi, Sharon.
So, if your daughter was killed on July 23rd,
That's Carmen now.
Saturday morning. When was the
Florida.
last time you saw her and the children?
That Friday night.
Isn't it?
Mhm.
Do you and your daughter normally have contact on Saturdays?
Jacksonville, Florida, Sharon. And the other thing I want to tell you, make sure to stay in the live chat when you're chatting with us. Otherwise, we can't see your comments. If you comment below the video, that's what happened to you the other day. So we can't, that's why you weren't seeing your comments and we weren't seeing your comments. So make sure that you stay in the live chat where you see it moving all the time so that that doesn't happen, because I felt bad when I saw your comments, that I figured out then why we couldn't see them. Well, you were kind of on the shady side of town. But you try and tell them like they wouldn't have even yelled out. That's the thing. Don't go in, but you're gonna screw everything up because you said just hello. Like,
I nearly named my second daughter Cheyenne.
Cheyenne. Yeah,
Mhm.
that is Carmen's partner's name. She goes by Shy, but I can't call her that. Because I wasn't introduced to her that way. So that's what I said. That's the name in my that I know you by. So I can't do it.
Sometimes.
But normally, if you don't have contact with, why is it that you don't have as much contact with her on Saturdays?
Because that's her weekend rest on Saturdays.
So then it wouldn't be unusual for you to go even the whole day without really speaking to her on a Saturday?
No, it wouldn't be unusual.
Now, on Saturday, July 23rd, 2022, did you get a call and a text from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
So which was first?
Well, I happened to
Chicken or the egg?
later, but I got a call from him.
And you missed that call?
I missed that call because I was maybe doing some laundry and my phone was in my room.
So then, did you, after that, receive a text?
I received a text, yes.
Do you remember approximately what time on Saturday you got a text from him?
Oh, it was around 4, maybe 4:14, something like that, p.m.
Did you two have the kind of relationship where he would normally call you or text you?
No,
And what was that text message? What did it say?
the text message said, Mrs. Young, have you heard from
Got it, Sharon.
Sheikah? If you do, tell her to call me.
So after you got that text, did you think that was unusual, getting a text from the defendant?
Yes,
Did you try and call your daughter?
yes,
Did she answer?
no.
So what did you decide to do at that point?
I told my husband, I said, Ralph, put on your shoes. Something is wrong.
Take off your
He
Crocs.
called me. My husband put on his shoes, got in the car, and drove to her apartment.
What apartment complex was she living in?
Mission Point.
And do you remember which apartment she was living in?
It was 3rd floor, 312, I believe the number.
What time did you and your husband get to her apartment?
Oh, around 4:30, 4:32, or maybe a little later.
So when you got to the apartment and you went upstairs, what did you do first?
But she always give me a key, so I got the key, put in the door. And it was unusual because I looked at the door and the door was gutted.
So what did you do at that point, when you saw the door was gutted, but?
I still pushed it and went in.
What does gutted mean?
So when you walked into the apartment, what was the first thing you did?
First thing I did was scream her name and ran to the bathroom and then hit the door and she wasn't there. And then I screamed her name again and ran to her room.
Oh,
And when you got to her room, what did you see?
Okay. Thank you, Carmen.
She was on the floor and her baby girl was holding her mom's hand. And Bursey was in the bed just shaking, just shaking.
Now, when you saw Bailey holding her mom's hand, did your daughter at that point, did she have a baby blanket on her? Do you remember seeing a baby blanket on her?
I don't remember seeing a baby blanket on her, no.
Did Bailey and Bursey both have baby blankets that they used?
They had blankets, yes.
Did you call 911 at that point?
Yes, I did.
What was the condition of the children in terms of hunger, food, thirsty?
They were hungry, they were wet. They were glad to see me.
You're at this time, I have no further questions, and I will tend to the rest.
Council Van.
Ma'am, you said that Mr. Armstrong had called and texted you, right?
Yes.
So you did have the number, right? You don't talk to him very often, but you had.
Yeah, my phone number, yes.
Okay. And when you used your key to get in, was the lock still functioning, or did you push the door and the door just opened?
When I put my key in, it looked like it was open, it wasn't jammed, you know, I put the key in, but I went in and it was like, I'm like.
Well, you have to turn the key though.
I think I turned it once, but the door is pushed open.
That makes sense.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kim. You may step down and you are excused.
All right, there's a little short break right
All right, State, you may call your next witness.
Certified Detective S.B. Taylor.
Okay, sir, and if you'll come forward and be sworn.
here. And that's the last time stamp I have. Flying by the seat of our pants after that, even more so than the others
Yeah.
have been. No worse than this camera guy's doing, so okay.
Yeah.
My name is now Officer S.B. Taylor, ID 7256.
And by whom are you employed and for how long?
Jacksonville Sheriff's
Hello,
Office,
Mr. Cameraman.
Can you give the
We
jury a
go.
summary of what your positions were with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office within those 21 years?
I was a patrol officer, a task force officer, an offender tracking detective, a crime scene detective, and now I'm a traffic enforcement officer.
Now, prior to going to traffic, which is your current position, how many years were you
Becca,
in as a crime scene detective?
11 years.
how are you
What are
doing?
the duties of a major crime scene detective?
I know we're a little behind on this one, but we're catching up. Kind of.
Photograph, collect, and preserve items of evidence at crime scenes.
And what training or education did you receive that would qualify you to collect evidence and preserve it?
Upon assignment to the unit, I did initial training with a veteran detective, and then I attended basic crime scene investigation, digital photography training, shooting investigation.
I'm going to direct your attention to July 23rd, 2022 at 12450 Biscayne Boulevard, apartment 312 in Jacksonville, Florida. Were you assigned as the lead crime scene detective for that case?
Yes, I was.
And how were you assigned as the lead detective for that case?
Just normal case rotation.
So when you first arrived at the apartment, what was the first thing?
No, that one starts next week.
First thing we do is typically we'll meet with the detectives on the scene and discuss what's known and kind of the direction that they want to go with
Says,
the planning and processing of the scene.
Boyfriend unalive's girlfriend in
Now,
front
in
of their
this case,
kids
I know sometimes maybe
in
the
Jacksonville.
person's body is not still there. Was the victim's body still at the apartment when you arrived?
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Is it common to have, for the lead detective to have another evidence detective
Yes, ma'am.
assisting?
Yes, it is very uncommon to work a major crimes investigation by yourself.
Who
You'll
was
have to let
the
us know
main,
how that goes.
detective who was assisting you in the apartment?
Detective Anderson.
When you have another detective assisting you, how do you normally divide up the task as far as like collecting evidence, taking photographs?
My personal preference as a lead detective is I like to do my own photography, and I will have whoever's assisting me dealing with packaging and collecting evidence.
And in this case, did you take photographs of the apartment and the evidences you found?
Yes, I did.
Probably hands out lots of tickets.
I'm going to show you some
Mhm.
photographs.
Carmen, you're gonna get in trouble.
Detective, you see something on your screen?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, you might get some interest. You might get an interesting one.
It's going to be.
Currently it's not. Okay, because it's not an evidence yet.
Well, Your Honor, the defense has already looked at the photographs.
You have to let us know what you do. Curious.
Mm.
Okay, so.
Get a good one. You can
is
come
there
on and
a
talk about it when
disc
it's over.
containing all the photographs?
I have given the clerk a book.
I'll just put you in a room full of moist
Okay,
things,
so let's
Carmen.
just be sure
It'll
to
be
write
so
it
moist.
clear then, those are exhibits what?
It's
You
going
won't
to be
even,
photographs
you forget what the word moist means.
are, and the sequential item number will be 2 through 18.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, then without objection, exhibits B through R marked for identification will be moved into evidence as exhibits number 2 through 18.
Okay, thank you.
We'll have those
Yep.
properly marked. And let me also advise the jury that any and
That's
all
with me.
items that are
That
moved
we're
into
just like
evidence
two
during the
people.
course of the trial will be sent back with you to the jury room for your use if you wish to view them again. But at this time, you may go ahead and proceed to publish statements 2 through 18.
Thank you.
She started it.
Now, so Detective, on your screen, you see exhibit B.
Yes, I
It's
did.
now 2. What is shown in that photograph?
That's a photograph of the front door showing the damage to the door and to the door frame.
Show us. Show us.
And I'm going to go to number 3, which on your screen is going to show state exhibit C. What is that depicting?
That is a close-up
I
photograph
don't know
of
if
the
you get to
damage.
see his pictures.
And next is going to be state exhibit D, which is now evidence 4. What is shown in that photograph?
You can see the damage to the door frame on the right, and that's a photograph of the surface of the door with the actual deadbolt and the closing.
Where are we
Oh,
going?
yeah.
Officer, by the time you
There we
arrived
go.
at the scene, had there
Ah.
already been other officers in the apartment and fire and rescue?
Yes.
So the position of that door being open right there is just the position you saw it as you were taking photographs, but you don't know how it looked when these other officers first arrived, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now change state's exhibit E, which is number 5 in evidence. What's shown in this?
This is a photograph taken from the living room. You can see the door with the damage to the frame.
Hello,
and
Gray.
that white piece of wood laying on the
Oh,
floor,
Madison
that is a
is napping with you.
facing on the door frame.
So now
Get
going
some
to
rest,
F,
both
which
of you.
is state's exhibit 6. Is that just a different angle of that door jamb piece that you just described?
Yes, it is.
And would it be accurate to say that prior to you taking that photograph, you didn't move anything from the way it was?
No, I did not.
So now I'm going to go to G, which is state 7. What's seen in this photograph?
That is a photograph taken from the living room. You can see a little piece of the frame down at the bottom, and you can see the bedroom. And if you look past that door, you can see the decedent.
Oh, Lord.
Showing you H, which is
Whoa.
state number
Whoa.
8. What is this
Sorry.
photograph?
What?
That is a
What I missed?
photograph taken inside
The
the
body.
bedroom. with the
Oh.
decedent present on the
I was reading chat.
And I can see
Me
some
too. I just saw a glimpse of it.
like paddles or pads. So that would have been there
Yikes.
when you first saw it. Took the picture.
Yes, that's typically equipment placed by fire rescue personnel.
So again, you didn't move anything in the bedroom prior to taking this picture.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now showing state's exhibit I, which is 9. And what is this showing?
That is a photograph close up of the decedent, and with her hand kind of being the focus of the photograph. That if you
No.
look underneath the
I was
hand,
too busy reading
you
Booger.
see there the stent casing.
And is that
Yes.
a
I'll
glove
draw your
hand
back.
right there holding her hand thinking about that you see the top of the picture?
Yes, it is.
Is that you or someone? Is that Detective Anderson?
No, that's going to be the medical examiner. Officers were not permitted to manipulate the bodies.
I'm glad you cleared that that up because I was wondering what you
The
meant.
next I'm showing you K, which is now in
It,
evidence as 10.
it was an
What is
accident,
this
Gabby. It
picture?
doesn't happen again.
That is now a picture of the casing with the hand moved out of the way.
And then I'm showing you State's Exhibit K, which is 11.
That's why we're not
state's
really,
evidence. And what is that?
we're not seeing anything.
That's a close-up of the casing.
And so now this is L, which
Because
is
I read in
State's
I think in the
Exhibit
chat
12.
down
What is this
below,
photograph of?
they were
This
talking
is a
about it. It
photograph
was
of
an
the
accident
bed
that they
in the
showed that.
master bedroom. You can see the decedent's feet in the lower right-hand corner. And on this pillow here, you'll see blood stain.
Most of them were complaining that they weren't showing it because
And
they
what is
think
shown in
we
this
should
next
see
exhibit,
the
which is
aftermath of
M, State's,
a crime like this, instead of just shielding it,
so M and it's
all of us from it.
Exhibit 13. What is shown in this one?
That is a close-up of the pillow with the blood stain, and if you look right here, you can see a small hole in the pillow.
So he must have put the pillow over her head.
I can't believe he left the kids there.
What is seen in this
I
photograph?
wonder why he did it.
That is, again, the pillowcase has been pulled back. And here, you'll see what we identify as unknown fragments.
Yeah, duh, Carmen. If you're all curious, don't be. It's not good.
Okay, so now I'm showing you State's Exhibit,
I'll have to catch it on the replay.
O, and what is seen in O?
That is a close-up.
I agree, Bon,
of the fragments
because
found in the pillow.
And at some point,
she was pregnant too,
I mean, you
so
did not collect it. Are the fragments collected?
Yes, they are.
And what about in State's P, which is 16?
That is just a shot of the bed in the master bedroom, just from a little further away, showing how the bed was found.
What about Q, which is State 17?
That is a photograph of a casing on a rug in the children's bedroom.
And do you remember where the children's bedroom was in relationship to where you had found the deceased?
Yes, if you're standing facing the door to the master bedroom, in front of that door, if you turn to the left, the door to the children's bedroom would be there.
And then what
guys,
about
everything you
R,
went
which is
through,
State 18?
we're all
Just a
curious.
close-up of the casing.
Was there just the one gunshot?
I
Sorry, pew pew.
I don't remember.
Yes.
They've only mentioned one casing so far, so
And Carmen, I think I heard
See?
that she maybe had, it looked like something went through her thumb, so she maybe tried to.
That is the casing that was collected by myself. That's my ID number, the initials, and the date on the blue evidence tape.
And what other tape is on that?
That is red evidence tape, and I do believe that that is placed by Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Yeah.
So was the red tape added after you had sealed it with blue tape on it?
Yes, when I turned this in to property, the only blue tape that would have been on it would have been this strip across the back here.
So other than the addition of the red tape, does the casing look like it's in the same, substantially the same condition as when you sealed it?
Yes, it does.
I thought you said you couldn't type that word, Carmen. I'm not putting your comment
And
up.
officer, after you had taken the photographs and collected, that casing, did that complete your involvement in the case?
Other than writing my final report for the case, that was the completion of the work done at the scene.
Yeah, this time I have no further questions that would tend to the witness for the cross.
So my cross view.
No questions, Judge.
He doesn't,
No
spoiler
cross.
alert, he doesn't cross any of the crime scene people. Don't ask him anything.
All right, State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Detective Anderson.
Guys,
Detective Anderson, please.
breaking your own rules. That cop's like a game show model. Right this way, sir. Or ma'am, sorry. Well, you know.
Good morning, Detective.
Morning.
Could you explain me the record?
Yes, first name is Shanoa, SHENFA. Last name is Anderson,
That's
ANDERSO.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Jackson Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
August will be 6 years.
how much would you
What's
bid
your
on
current
it?
assignment?
I am currently assigned to the crime scene unit of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And what's your role within the crime scene unit?
I'm a crime scene detective.
I want to turn your attention to July 23rd, 2022. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you respond to a crime scene with Detective Taylor?
I did.
Do you recall where that scene was?
The address was 12450 Biscayne Boulevard.
So Mission Point Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
When you arrived on scene, were you directed to collect evidence by Detective Taylor?
Yes, I assisted Detective Taylor with processing the scene, searching and locating evidence as well as collecting it.
Do you recall how many bedrooms this apartment was?
It was 2 bedrooms.
Did you observe any casings within the main bedroom?
Yes, I did.
And did you collect that casing?
I did.
Can I have permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
So that's 2 casings.
Sorry, I was distracted. Oh, Carmen.
I think she's missed a few Wednesdays, just quietly.
I do.
And how do you protect it?
It's my handwriting on the wood.
And is that the casing that's located inside the apartment?
I did inside the main bedroom.
So the medical examiner comes up right after they break, after they get through these
Cool.
technicians. But the camera stays like off of him
Without objection,
forever.
Exhibit I will be marked
You can
into
hear him,
evidence
but
as
you can't
state's
see
exhibit- I'm sorry, Exhibit T will be marked into evidence as state's exhibit number 19.
Did you observe any fragments or projectiles inside that bedroom?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And where did you observe those fragments?
It was located on a pillow. It was on the bed in the main bedroom.
Did you collect them?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Commissioner Approach?
Yes.
She grumpy.
She does look, she's very intense looking.
Mm.
Like, I bet she can crush a softball.
Do you recognize these exhibits?
I did.
And what are they?
There's 2 unknown sized fragments, which is from the pillow, as well as an unknown sized projectile with bio from the pillow.
And do these similar to the casing that you're handwriting on the floor?
Yes, it does.
And at this time, Commissioner, move into evidence of states 20 and 21.
Any objection? All right, without objection, state's exhibits You and the shall be marked into evidence as state's exhibit.
Yeah.
No, that look.
Detective, did you collect anything that was actually on the body that you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was it?
Yep.
There was a blanket, like a baby blanket that was covering the bottom half of the victim.
Did you collect that blanket?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you collect any additional blankets in that room?
There were several blankets and comforters collected within the main bedroom.
No.
You know, Commissioner
Fair
Brooks,
enough.
witness? Yes.
He's saying she's busy. Hey, that's your own fault.
Tough love, mummy moment.
Yes, ma'am.
And you collected these two blankets?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall which blanket was over the victim's body?
I believe it was the pink one.
Your Honor, this time, state, asking this is evidence of state's privilege.
So the kids put the blanket over their mother.
The one holding her hand. Yeah, that covered her up.
Oh.
Will be marked into evidence as state's exhibit
Yeah,
number
it just
22.
makes it worse.
And Detective, can you see or could you see any blood?
I'm sure she was just trying to help her. Like, thought that
There's
would
a
help.
substance which appeared to be blood on the one of them, right?
And just for the record, that would be the green and white blanket.
Yes.
Commissioner Polishek? Yes.
I so wish we'd passed the 2-hour mark.
We're close. 7 minutes.
That's nasty. That's all
It's
I'll say.
Yep. And cruel. It's so cruel to
Mhm.
do to those kids.
Yep.
Like I said, I hope they don't remember it. And they shouldn't, being that young. But you just never know.
After collecting the evidence that you described today, did you have any further involvement in processing the scene?
The only other involvement I had was after I left the scene, responded to the property room where I submitted the evidence collected from the scene.
But after you took the items to the property room, that was your involvement?
Yes, ma'am.
Moment to confirm?
Yep.
No further questions.
Thank you. Is there any cross?
I agree.
Okay, this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
They knew to do just what
Detective,
you
you're
did
excused and free to go.
for them.
All right, state, we call your next witness.
Detective Downs.
Detective Downs, please.
If I saw that prosecutor on the street, I would not guess she was a prosecutor. I'd guess she
No.
gardened and did flowers and
Crochets.
yes, and made everything from scratch, dinner and breakfast
Yeah.
and lunch.
Yeah. Scrapbooks.
Yes. All the things I don't do.
Yeah. Correct.
They did, Carmen. They did. They were crying when it was happening.
TJ Downs, Jackson Sheriff's
The
Office Crime
neighbor
Scene
said
Unit.
that she heard
Jackson
them.
Sheriff's Office.
And how many years?
I've been since 2006.
Could you give the jury a summary of what your positions have been with the Jackson Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am. I started at the jail in 2006,
Well,
transferred to patrol
I am
in
jealous
2016, and then transferred to the crime scene unit in 2020.
because I don't do all those things,
And how?
and I wish I
What
could.
were the duties when you moved into the crime scene unit? What were your duties?
The process scenes, that's by photographs, collection of potential evidence, perhaps taking measurements.
What training or education did you receive that enabled you to become a crime scene detective?
We shadow with a seasoned crime scene detective, and then we take a basic crime scene class, photography class, and then other various classes that come our way as they're offered.
I'm going to direct your attention to July 24th of 2022. Did you go to 2563 Crooked Creek Point Road, Middleburg, Florida?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And how were you assigned to go to that home?
We get the call, it pops up on our screen, and then if we're available, not doing anything else, we go ahead and take it.
And what were you sent there for?
To process the scene of something involving homicide.
But was it via search warrant?
Correct, it was a search Yes, we photographed it.
Now, because this home is in Middleburg and it was in Clay County, were there other officers from other agencies present while you were processing the scene?
Yes, the Clay County deputies were on hand.
And when you first arrived at this home, who did you speak with in terms of trying to figure out what you were looking for?
There was JSL homicide detectives on the scene.
When you were processing the scene, was one of the things you did was take photographs of the home?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, at this point, I will move into evidence by consent, states exhibits X through 2F in sequential order. And I believe that would be 23 through 31.
All right, is there any objection to those photographs? All right, then without objection, states exhibit X through 2F will be marked into evidence of states exhibit 23 through 31 respectively.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may publish?
Yes.
Now, do you see the photographs on your screen, Detective?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is shown in State Exhibit X, which is now 23?
That is the house from the street.
And what about Y, which is now in evidence is 24?
Those were the steps at the rear of the house, the backyard.
Is this his mother's house, is it?
Yes.
What about Z, which is 25 in evidence?
Those were clothing I discovered underneath those steps.
And when you say clothing, can you point out in this picture where you are seeing clothing?
Right underneath the base of the steps.
Can you circle it, or did you? There you go. So that's the clothing that you would see?
Yes, ma'am.
So next is 2A, which is now 26 in evidence. What's shown in that photograph?
A pair of sweatpants, a red cap, and a black hoodie.
Are those the items of clothing that you just circled in the last photograph that you had seen underneath the wooden steps?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
And what about 2B, which is now 27?
That is a side view of the steps.
Can you see anything in that photograph in terms of when you're coming down that last step? What's in front of the steps right there in the photograph?
There is a hole right there at the base of the steps.
He's not very good at hiding anything.
What about in 2C, which is now 28 in evidence?
That is the same hole from directly on top.
Did you have to remove dirt from that hole to get inside the hole? Was it actually covered by some loose dirt?
Yes, ma'am, there was loose dirt.
So what drew your attention to this hole? Was it the clothes first and then you saw the hole?
That is correct.
What about 2D, which is
Ah.
now 29?
It's a Glock 43X semi-automatic pistol.
And is that what you took out of the hole?
That's correct. It was buried underneath the dirt. I had to take the dirt out, take it out.
And what about 2E, which is now 30 in evidence?
That is the same pistol.
Just a closer view?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about 2F, which is now 31?
That is the opposite side of the pistol.
And on that picture, can you see the serial number on the firearm?
I do, yes, ma'am.
And can you circle that? Your Honor, if I may approach the witness.
Yes.
I'm first showing,
Crackers. Just more crackers. I do have sweet tarts here, just like Judge Fleischer. And I got them in honor of Judge Fleischer. I was eating those earlier, but there isn't any blue ones in there.
2G, 2
Yes, Carmen, I was eating blueberries the other day. Calm down. Small out of blueberries. But they were delicious.
No gloves.
And still remember the same?
Oh, good.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, when you collected that firearm, what did you do with the firearm?
I guess he's not
I
touching it.
swapped the firearm for DNA, and
Yeah.
then the magazine for DNA, and then I handed it over to homicide detective Hanson.
So then you did not submit this into evidence.
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
So if there's tape on this, this would be tape from someone else.
That's correct.
Does it, other than the fact that you did not seal the box, does that firearm look like it's in the same condition that you recovered it from the home?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
That's fine. Nobody needs to know. He's there, yes.
No, I haven't either.
And I'm going to show you
It's on the thumbnail.
2H and 2.
Oh.
I'd made him small though, but no, he's in there. They haven't shown him yet.
The swap that I
They
collected
showed him
from
when he,
Pistol's magazine.
at the very beginning when he came in and was able to put his tie on and stuff that he can't have back in the jail.
Let me
They
ask you
showed
about
him then.
swab.
Shame.
As far as ceilings, is that still value?
Correct, except for the red sea.
So other
Oh, look,
than
it's
the
over
fact
2
that
hours.
there's no red seal,
No, I know. You were quiet. You're counting down.
No. I was wondering if the firearm, which way the firearm was pointing in the box.
Did you also collect, did you search any of the vehicles that were on the property?
Yes, ma'am, we searched the Volvo and
And did you find anything in the Volvo?
yes, there was a 9mm live round.
And did you collect that live round?
I did, yes, ma'am.
You want to identify the first?
Yes.
And with the record, I'm showing, 2H defense and 2H. You talked earlier when I was up here about the swab from the firearm, and this is 2H, which you talked about swab from the magazine. This is 2H. What is that?
This is the swab from the actual firearms.
And again, you sealed this yourself,
Yes, ma'am.
and other than the red tape that has been added to it, that swab looks like it's in the same, substantially the same condition.
Yes, ma'am.
And now I'm going to show you 2K. What do you recognize 2K to be?
This is the live round that I collected from the vehicle.
And that has your sealing on it, and then it remains, it looks like it's in the same, substantially the same condition.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, this time I would move 2K into evidence in the next sequential order.
Any objections? All right, without objection, exhibit 2K will be marked into evidence as exhibit number 32 for the state.
Now, Detective, when you collected that firearm, did you take any ammunition out of the firearm before you handed it over to a homicide detective?
Yes.
And what did you take out of the firearm?
There were 4 9mm live rounds in the magazine.
So he left live rounds in there too.
And you collected those and put those
Because
in
he's
evidence
smart.
yourself?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Dickhead.
Did you collect the clothing, the sweatpants and the hoodie that you found?
I did,
Something
yes,
like
ma'am.
that.
Mm.
You want to identify me first?
What if kids had dug that up?
He obviously does not care.
No. Yeah, waffles all round.
6-2M, identification.
Well, if the camera would go back a little bit further, you could see him.
2L.
Yeah.
And then
I think this defense attorney could just be like, I stipulate to everything. Just put it all in. I
Uh-huh.
don't care.
I don't know why they don't do that more often, especially with
Yes.
photo evidence and stuff. It
Yep.
would save a lot of time.
Saves so much time.
well, first I'm going to show you 2J. What do you recognize 2J to be?
Those are the 4 9mm live rounds from the magazine.
And were those sealed in the same manner that you discussed before?
They are, yes, ma'am.
And do they appear to be in the same, substantially the same condition as when you submitted them as property?
Yes, they are.
So, I'm gonna show you 2L. What do you recognize 2L to be?
Those are the sweatpants underneath the stairs in the backyard.
And does the back have your ceiling on it?
It does.
Does it have any additional ceilings?
It has a red seal on it as well.
So in addition to a red seal, then, is there anything else that you recall that was different in these than when you submitted them?
Currently, there's some holes in the pants that I did not.
Okay. So other than this hole, in the addition to the red tape, these appear to be in substantially the same conditions when you submitted.
Yes, ma'am, they are.
And the same thing with 2M, what do you recognize that to be?
That is the hood, but that was underneath the stairs.
And do you see your label on it?
I do.
Do you see additional labels?
Right, that is what label.
Does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
Besides the holes and circles, yes.
And again, you did not do the whole thing.
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
You're right, this time I would put 2J into evidence in the next sequential order.
All right, any objection? All right, without objection, 2J will be marked into evidence as State's Exhibit number 33.
I'm surprised there wasn't an objection. Any objections? No.
33. Yes.
Bring it all in.
Now, Detective, when you were collecting the hoodie and the sweatpants, were you wearing protective gloves?
Yes, medical grade gloves.
What did you do to ensure there was no, once you collected them, I understand they were underneath the stairs together, but once you separated them, what did you do to ensure that they were not put together again?
For each article, we get a different pair of gloves, remove the old gloves, replace a new pair of gloves from the box, and they get separated in separate bags.
And you made sure that occurred in this case with the sweatpants and the hoodie?
Yes, ma'am.
Same thing with the firearm, did you use different gloves to collect that and when you swabbed that?
Yes, ma'am.
When you swabbed between the magazine and the firearm, did you switch out gloves or keep those the same?
Different gloves as well.
Definitely not from Canton.
We use gloves. What are those?
What, used one swab for one part of the gun and another for another bit? You didn't just run it around like that?
What's wrong with you, sir?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Detective. You are excused and free to go.
Thank you. You'll be blessed.
Okay.
Tatiana Salvador.
Sidebar. That's your cue.
Sidebar.
There we go. Perfect time to pause.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going about an hour and 15 minutes, so now is a good time for us to take a comfort break, a short recess. I'm going to ask that you put your notepads on your seats and not take them with you at this time. You can have a step into the jury room for a break. Please remember that you're not to talk about this case among yourselves during this recess because you must try this case only on the evidence presented here in the courtroom, in your collective presence, and in the presence of the attorneys, the defendant, and the court. But at this time, I'll give you a recess for approximately 15 or so minutes. Thank you
Which
very much.
All right.
Generally means a half an hour.
Yeah.
They're never right. Oh, there he is. There's the defendant.
Lovely.
That cop over there is like, can I just run and jump and land on you?
Yeah,
He's
just sit on
good.
his head.
Yeah. Would that be okay? Would anybody mind? I think her mom would be like, not me. Go ahead. Oh, there you are.
Oh.
There you are.
Mm-hmm.
Bond. Puke. Yep.
Yep.
Probably sorry now because he got caught. I will be very curious if they bring in any,
Defense
domestic
witnesses.
stuff. Like, was there DV going on? What happened that made him do
Motive.
that. You know?
He just had to take his belt and tie off. Bugger.
Darn it. What?
Hmm.
You can't see any comments, Gabby? But we can see your comments. Go back out and back in. A good Sully sleeps on his belly.
I just got that. It's not 3 a.m.
Yeah, I've been waiting for you just to like fall sideways. Be like, Jody, are you? Good night, Jody.
Now you know why I fall asleep at 8 o'clock at night.
Oh. Well, I do not know, Gabby. I do not know. All right. I know this guy starts his testimony, then I can't see it. Or we can't see him. Oh, I got muted. We can't, also can't
They
hear him
don't
when I have it
televise
muted.
No.
Though this is the medical examiner starts, but they keep this thing on apparently that court is in recess while like for a long time while he's testifying. So I don't know exactly where he starts. And then they finally are like, oh, duh. It's kind of like they've had that banner across this whole time of hour and 42 minutes of testimony expected to start today. It has done started. Who is running your ship? Carmen, I cannot see Gabby doing anything to get put in a corner. I think if Carmen and Gabby ever got together, the world would be like, what do we do now? Gabby, did you leave? Gabby, can you hear me? Gabby. Don't leave me, Gabby. Don't leave me. There she is. Coming in with SpongeBob.
She back.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Actually, I think the world might be a safer place if Carmen and Gabby just went and hung out. They'd take care of like anybody that was causing a problem.
Yeah.
Carmen might even have to buy a pair of Crocs. just so she could help. Oh, that noise is annoying. Come on, let me fast forward. Stop it. Sorry, I know this is super annoying, but I got to be able to hear him. There we go. Carmen's not buying Crocs. Carmen, I think me, you, and Dad are the only people that don't own them in the family. Brandon, if your brother has a pair.
Good morning, Doctor. Can I come forward and be sworn?
Yeah, not my fault that this is all we look at for a little while. Call First Coast News. Also, don't call First Coast News because then they'll be like, fine, we just don't air any trials.
All right, you may proceed. Thank you.
My name is Aurelian Nicolaescu, last name spelled Nicoaescu.
And what is your current
All right.
I'm an associate medical examiner working in District 4 Medical Examiner's Office in Jacksonville.
And how long have you been employed with the medical examiner's office here in Jacksonville?
I'm employed
I
in this
have an
office
Amazon.
since
It's a
July
nice decent out.
2002, so I had 22 years.
And could you give the jury a summary of your experience?
I graduated the School of Medicine a long time ago,
Hey,
let's say in 1982.
Ryan. For no
And after the School of Medicine, I worked as
started
a medical examiner in my country, which is Romania, in Eastern Europe.
going well.
And after that, I came in the United States, and as any foreign medical graduate, I had to retrain. And I did 2 years of anatomic pathology, 2 years of clinical pathology, and 2 years of neuropathology, all of them at the State University of New York in Brooklyn, and 1 year of forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Maryland in Baltimore. After that, I came in Jacksonville, and I'm in the actual position, as I said, for the last 22 years.
Now, could you explain to the jury what is forensic
It's
pathology?
fast.
Forensic pathology is a medical
Her and Jody are very
specialty,
tired.
actually a subspecialty of pathology. Pathology being a medical specialty diagnosing the diseases using the tools of laboratory, and the forensic pathology is using the findings of pathology
I
in the
don't,
field of law.
Now, is forensic pathology the
I don't
study to
know.
determine the cause and manner of death?
Yes,
In your field, do you perform autopsies?
yes,
And what is an autopsy?
more than 7,000.
No, I'm sorry, what is an autopsy?
It is
What
enough.
is an autopsy?
All this
An
preliminary stuff
autopsy is
is dragged
examination of
on sometimes.
a deceased, consisting of the
Gotta lay the
external
foundation.
examination,
I
and
know.
after that, an
It's like
internal
I went to
examination.
first grade here and
Now, during an
Mhm.
autopsy,
moved in
does your
third
office
grade.
actually photograph the body and take x-rays as you're performing the job?
Yes,
But yeah, you and Carmen are almost on the same time. Like she works nights, so
Been qualified
she's
as an
she's with
expert
you.
into the court of law regarding forensic pathology.
yes,
How many times and in what jurisdictions?
I'm surprised she's awake. I'm
around
surprised you're
200
awake.
times.
And that includes Duval County?
In different counties in Florida.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would tend to the witness to defense counsel for.
Any additional for you?
No.
Okay, you may proceed.
Of course not.
Now, when you conduct an autopsy, is each autopsy given in a specific.
What can he
time
argue?
marker for that
Yes.
person?
Yes, in our office we give a number for every case, and that's a unique number. It's not going to ever be repeated.
And is it associated with the year of the autopsy, and then it goes from there in sequential order?
Basically, all the cases that are referred to us are getting the numbers, so this case also.
So, Doctor, on July 25th of 2022, did you perform an autopsy on a person identified as Tashika Young?
Yes,
And the medical examiner's number was 221801.
You can see my little princess just here
Now, I'm showing you State's Exhibit
on the
2.
ground, poking her head.
On the screen.
this is what we call an identification picture.
And Judge, if I could back up, at this time, the defense has agreed to allow these photographs and evidence that would be 2Q.
So if I say,
2Y, and that would be in sequential order.
No, she won't hear
Alright,
because
there's
the
no
headphones on.
objection?
oh yeah,
Alright, without objection,
It's like
then 2Q
every cat knows that
2Y
call. Seems like.
will be
Mm-hmm.
marked
Oh,
into evidence.
wondered
for the
what you
state
meant.
As number
Florida.
34 through
Florida.
Yeah, I didn't know what that meant. I was like, what is the Florida?
42.
Thank you, Your
What's the
Honor.
Florida?
So
I
let's
thought you
go
were
to
saying something about your
2Q,
cat.
which is 34, and what do you recognize that photograph to be?
So this is an identification picture in which you can see the face of the deceased and the number of the case. 22 indicating the year, it was 2022, and after that, that number for that specific year.
Okay. Now, what about 2S? What do you see in that states? I'm sorry, 2R, number 35. What do you see in that?
This is a picture of the upper body, and
Stop it.
you can see in this area a gunshot wound. It is an entrance gunshot wound because we have regular orders, and there is an abrasion indicating the angle of the bullet as the bullet got into the body.
And so would that be, I know we're looking at photograph a certain way, would that be
It's
from
like,
that shoulder?
I'm gonna try to make it something like this.
Right, so that would be the deceased left shoulder.
Left shoulder, anterior left shoulder.
And could you explain to the jury what anterior is? Is that front?
Yes.
And then what is seen in State's Exhibit 2S, which is 36?
We have a picture of the back of the left shoulder. And in this case, we have.
I just saw that.
Now, on that photograph, I'm going to erase what you just drew. Which one would be the exit one for the one that you just described as that went into the front of the shoulder?
So in this case, there were, if I can go ahead a little bit, there were two gunshot wounds.
All right, 2.
One was on the anterior side of the left shoulder, the other one was on the posterior side of the left shoulder. From the anterior side, we have an exit wound here. So this is the exit for the wound that you saw previously on the anterior side. The other one, if you can erase it,
Yes. And
not be confusing.
when you use the term posterior, does that just mean back?
Yes. So she was shot in the back. This is the entrance on the back. So we have two entrances, one on the front, one on the back.
And the one on the back, the entry wound into the back left shoulder, did that one have an exit?
This one did not have an exit because the bullet traveled to the body and was recovered by me in the body. I will explain later, but I can do it now.
Let me go down to that. Let me go to the next photograph. And so this is an X-ray. So what is State's 2T number 36 showing?
In all the gunshot wounds, we do X-rays just to see if there are any fragments left in the body or bullets. Or like in this case, we can see injuries to the bones. And we have a fracture of the bones of the left shoulder.
Now, so this one is showing, this is where the...
There are those small whitish fragments or whiter.
And this would be from the one that went into the front of...
That's from the front one, because that one was through the bones of the left shoulder.
So she was shot from the front and from the back.
I think so.
Would you expect...
Twice. So she was shot
A
twice.
bullet goes through bone like that and then exits. Would you expect the bullet to fragment?
Yes, and not only what is helping the pathologist to identify the direction of the bullet, because going through a bone, the bullet is displacing the fragments as it's going to, so you can have a better idea what was the direction.
Now, what is shown in this one, which is 2U and now 38 in evidence?
This is an X-ray of the right chest, and here we can see a bullet. So this is the bullet from the second gunshot wound, second in my report. So as is described, so it's the gunshot wound from the back of the shoulder, let's put it this way.
And were you able to recover that projectile?
This was recovered in the right breast.
He's saying the right wrist.
Now, you were discussing...
Chest, I think.
Chest. 60s didn't catch it, and I couldn't understand it.
To the gunshot wound that goes into the left shoulder, the front. What was the direction and path of travel of that bullet?
For this one is, direction is front to back.
And
And that was the through and through.
Let's put it this way.
so the wound was slightly upward from front to back?
As I showed you, direction is it's going slightly upwards.
The fact that it's the front and then and it goes through some bone and fragments. Would that be consistent if she is in bed on a pillow and fragments are found in the pillow? Would that be consistent with that direction?
Yeah, there is a possibility.
Now,
Oh, yeah.
what injuries inside were associated with this wound?
In this one, as I mentioned, there are injuries to the bones.
Now, going to.
But it wasn't the fatal shot.
The
Yeah,
entrance wound and the back left
that's good,
shoulder.
yeah.
What was the direction of that gunshot?
In the case of the gunshot wound, the back of the left shoulder, the bullet went through the left lung, went through the right lung, and then stopped into the right breast, from where I recovered the bullet that you saw on the X-ray.
Now, on either the front entrance gunshot wound or the back entrance, did you see, let me ask you first, what is stippling?
Stippling is one of the so-called secondary factors of the shooting. So we are dealing with certain stippling.
So the
stippling,
second one was close
are
range.
the fragments that are going through the barrel of the gun together with the bullet, and they are embedding into the skin surrounding the gunshot wound. And that's why sometimes they are calling like the gun powder tattoo. It's like the fragments embedding into the skin. And by literature, they are described to be in less than 3 feet distance from the barrel of the gun to the body. So within those 3 feet, we can see stippling. More than 3 feet, usually disappears.
And so looking at that front,
So we didn't have any stippling related to
It's
both
all
of those
finished.
gunshot wounds.
so in this case, with both gunshot wounds, the person who shot would have been 3 feet or further away.
More than 3 feet.
More than 3 feet. Now, again, going to the one where you said the bullet went from the back and into the breast area, could you describe the internal injuries that would have been sustained from that gunshot?
Oh, both lungs would have
So
collapsed.
as I
Jaw.
mentioned, injured both lungs and was associated with a large amount of blood that I recovered from both chest cavities. It was more than 1,300 milliliters of blood.
Now,
That's what,
1,300
nearly
milliliters of blood,
2/3.
what percentage of a person's blood would that be?
Considering that the average for
5
a
liters.
normal person is about 5,000.
Sorry, 3. No, 5.
Average might be less. So 1,300 can be close to 30% in some people, 25 to 30%.
So with that wound to the left back shoulder that caused all that blood in the lung cavity, would that have been a fatal wound?
Yes.
Yeah.
With
So-
the first
For
one
sure.
into the front of the shoulder?
So did she basically drown on her own?
Yes.
Okay.
What happens is the lungs have a they're like in a, same as the heart, they're like in a brain not working.
Like a sac, like a
Yes,
protective sac.
and that sac would have filled up. You either have it fill up with air or blood generally, and then the lungs can't expand in the chest cavity itself, so that would have filled up completely with blood, and the lungs can't expand anymore, so you can't breathe in.
That'd
can't
be a
get any-
horrible feeling.
Yeah,
And probably slow. Is that
yeah,
maybe slow
Ah.
too? Hopefully not.
yeah. They normally put what's called a chest tube in for that kind of wound. You see it draining out straight away, and it's instant relief. But who knows? Had the medics got there earlier,
Maybe.
Dunno.
Yeah, she maybe.
I don't know. But it sounds to me what he's done is he's come in, shot her while she was in bed, and then thrown her on the floor and shot her from behind while she's on the floor. Because
Yes.
the first entry wound was from front to back at an upwards angle. So if he's standing at the end of the bed, that would account for that one and the fragments on the pillow. and then the lady downstairs has only heard him throwing her on the floor, and the second gunshot, perhaps.
She may have been trying to get away at that point.
Maybe, yeah, yeah.
Because in the brief moment I saw the photo of her, and I could be wrong. I know some people went back and looked. She looked like
Was
she
she
was
on
on her
her
back.
stomach?
I thought it looked like
Okay.
she was on her back. But I could be completely wrong because I really just saw a glimpse of it, enough to know that, oh crap, that's there. But yes, Gabby, I hope that she was on her back. Okay, I knew somebody would know.
He may well have rolled her just to check. You don't know.
Yep, I don't know. Because that's what I was wondering too when he was talking about the entrance of both of them, and the way she was in that picture.
Well, he couldn't have shot her in the back with the stippling at close range if she wasn't on her stomach.
Right.
So
I don't know. Sounds. I
yeah.
hope it was quick. It sounds horrible.
Yeah.
My sister, I know she's like, her lung collapsed, and it was, the tube and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm a little familiar with that, but I can't imagine that would be a horrible feeling because you would know.
Yeah.
I was hoping maybe it was to her head, and then she just didn't know. You know what I mean? But
Well,
no.
if there's any consolation, I think it sounds like most of the blood pooled internally, so the kids wouldn't have seen that.
I hope so. But the one was laying on the bed in it. The one that covered him up
from
on
the
the bed.
first shot. Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
So would that have been a fatal one by itself?
No.
No, not the first
So
one.
what is blunt force trauma?
Blunt force trauma are injuries which are occurring on the body when a hard object is hitting the body, or the body is hitting a hard object or surface or something. Basically, it's very difficult, close to impossible to identify what caused the blunt trauma.
I'm going to go back to the photograph 35. Do you see any abrasions in this photograph?
She had one abrasion here and another one here.
Is that technically considered blunt force trauma?
Those are considered blunt force trauma because they are on this category, but they are like superficial injuries affecting the skin only.
Now, could those two abrasions that you just circled, could those have been caused from someone being thrown down
I
on
would
the
go.
park?
Hello.
Can be from a falling on the heart surface.
And they changed the banner. The testimony has begun.
Now, what
Good
are
for you guys.
defensive wounds?
Defensive wounds are by definition wounds that are inflicted when somebody is trying to protect himself or herself from assailant or whatever.
Now, it should be on your screen right now, State's Exhibit 2F, which is now 39 into evidence.
The most common areas in self-defense wounds are the hands and forearms. And in this case, we see the left hand and the left forearm, and there are no wounds.
I'm just going to talk over you. Never mind the question.
I know. Never lets her finish the question.
No blunt trauma.
I am the expert.
Nothing.
You just a woman. Get out.
Now, as part of your diagnosis, when you were doing the autopsy with Ms. Young, what did you diagnose as far as her being pregnant?
I don't know if that's what you guys saw in your mind.
Pregnant is somebody who's carrying a product of conception.
No, I mean as far as Ms. Young, was she pregnant?
Yes,
How far along do you think she was in her pregnancy?
10 weeks.
And do you do a separate autopsy from the deceased person when the fetus is
No, I
10
wouldn't think
weeks?
so.
No, we never do autopsies on these very, very small fetuses. And our rule is to do a separate autopsy in cases of babies at more than 20 weeks.
If the mother's alive, normally.
So this next photograph I'm going to show you, what is seen in 2X, which is 41?
This is on the open uterus, and we can see the placenta
Oh.
is
Oh,
here.
it's the baby.
And that would be where.
And the rest of the uterus, there are the ovaries. So we have like the product of conception in the uterus.
Product of conception. Can we just say
Uh-huh.
baby?
It's got a heartbeat at 10 weeks.
Yeah.
And what is seen in this next photograph, which is 2Y and now 42 in the evidence?
This is a picture after I incised the placenta. So we can see the amniotic sac. So it's the sac where the fetus is lying, and we can see the fetus.
Don't we?
And I know you said you don't do an autopsy when they're this small, but in this case, when Miss Young died, what occurred to the fetus when Miss Young stopped breathing?
The fetus died because the mother died, because the fetus is totally dependent on the blood coming from the mother. When that is not coming anymore, then the fetus is dying.
I bet those pictures are hard for her friends and family.
Yeah.
Our poor baby never stood a chance.
No.
Doctor, I know you said you recovered the projectile from Miss Young's breast. What do you recognize?
Agreed, Gabby.
So this is the bullet that I placed in this envelope. And on the back of the envelope, you can see that it was sealed and initialed by me.
And is this going to be the same, substantially the same condition as when you took it from Miss Young?
Yes.
Did you also take what is called DNA or buccal swabs from Miss Young?
Yes.
And I'm showing you 3A with the buccal swab being contained in that envelope right there.
Yes.
He looks like Anthony Hopkins with a fat head.
Yes.
And no neck.
Yeah.
Without objection, 2Z and 3A for the state
Oh,
will
without
be moved
objection.
into evidence of
You know.
states numbers 43 and 44
Great.
respectively.
Good job, defense. Top dollar. Get your money's worth there. Is it a public defender? It has to be.
Yes.
Like, I don't even care about this case. I know the camera is awful. It might be a woman. This medical examiner will give her a talking to when he's finished. Mr. Fathead. I haven't seen a fathead in a long time. They used to sell them. Do you know what I'm talking about? They're like life-size
No idea.
figures, and they were called fatheads. They were quite expensive. Probably why I haven't seen them.
I am the doctor. You tell me, I do what you say.
Or I tell you.
Mm.
So doctor, what is meant by the phrase cause of death?
Cause of death is how somebody is died, and we are dealing with hundreds, maybe more, of causes of death, because somebody can die from a myocardial infarct, somebody else from a subdural
Myocardial infarct.
due to a fall, or subdural hematoma due to a natural
Subdural
disease.
hematoma.
Somebody else can die from multiple injuries, traffic accident.
This is
Somebody
sad that
else
I know what
from
he's
a
talking
gunshot
about.
wound.
No, it's
So
helpful.
there are different causes of death.
And what was the cause of death for Miss Young and her fetus?
In this case, the cause of death was 2 gunshot wounds of the left shoulder and chest.
And what's meant by the phrase manner of death?
Manner of death is indicating basically how the cause of death occurred. So for the state of Florida, we have 5 manners of death.
Oh, it is.
Natural.
I am
accident,
WOG. I understand.
Suicide, homicide, and undetermined.
Not
And
letting her get her
what was the
questions out.
manner of death for Ms. Young and her unborn child?
In this case, the manner of death is homicide.
Homicide.
And I have no further questions, and I'll tender the witness for cross-examination.
You gonna ask any?
All right.
That question's Judge.
Attorneys wish for me to read the stipulation at this time?
Oh, I apologize, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, when the parties agree that certain facts are true, that's called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. Now, in
That's
this
how my whole
case,
family
the
talks,
stipulated
Gabby.
fact that you must accept as true is as follows. The body examined on July 25, 2022 by Dr. Aurelie Nicolescu, Associate Medical Examiner, bearing the medical examiner's case number of 22-1801 is that of Tashika Young. Thank you very much. And with that, then, may this witness be excused?
Why did we need a
So,
stipulation to
if
that?
they're up to the medical examiner now, how much further have they got to go for the state?
I don't know.
And will the defense have any witnesses?
I doubt it.
Is there a day too?
I haven't looked yet because they start at a weird. They start weird times. Like the opening arguments weren't until late in the afternoon. Probably
They
after
might even
jury
be deliberating
selection.
now.
I shall go look while we're doing something that I don't know what we're doing.
All right, State, you may call your next witness.
It was called FBLA and the lead and the
Maybe. Two hours ago. Closing arguments.
They went into deliberations. Oh,
Well,
okay.
closing arguments began, so 2 hours ago they're not airing. We're not doing anything now. I can't do it when you ask. I can't do it on demand. You just want a sidebar.
Yeah. Sidebar.
I wonder who this is.
May I proceed?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Emily Amhere, spelled Emilee, and the last name Amiehe.
Forensic pathologist,
Who are you
maybe?
employed by?
I'm currently employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Jacksonville Regional Operations Center.
How long have you been employed by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I've been with the department in total over 11 years.
And what is your current assignment and duty?
See that.
My current assignment is as a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section.
I'm going to talk about the firearm.
How long have you been working in the firearms
Thanks
section?
for telling us what you have
I've
to
been a
do.
qualified analyst in the firearms section for nearly 7.5 years.
Enjoy your barbecue.
I feel like
What
some
is your,
toast.
Primary
Probably do.
as a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section?
You
As an
probably
analyst in
break
the
it
firearms
down.
section, our
You
primary
like toast.
responsibility is comparing fire components.
Okay, here's
Usually
the
bullets
file.
and cartridge cases to see if they were
Oh, I
fired
will.
from a
30
existing
might.
firearm,
Good.
if a gun is submitted in a case, or from a particular firearm, if a gun is submitted in a case.
Could you give the jurors have a summary of your education and background that qualifies you to be a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section?
So I have a bachelor's degree from the University of Florida, and I also have a master's degree in crime scene investigation forensic science from the George Washington University. And additionally, FDLE has its own in-house firearms training program for analysts.
And can you describe the training that you went through with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
So the firearms training program for analysts is approximately 16 to 17 months, and that includes 2 phases. So in the first phase, you'll do academic study as well as practical and experimental exercises and a myriad of subjects, including comparison of fire components, of bullets, cartridge cases, shot shell components, things like that, that the analysts will encounter when they eventually start doing casework. We'll also do reading on history of firearms and ammunition, as well as focus on the mechanics of how ammunition and firearms actually work. So the first two phases include that type of study for a bunch of different subjects that an analyst will encounter during their work. And the two phases will culminate in what is called an oral board examination, which is a 2 to 3 hour question and answer examination with the Firearms Training Committee, which are all qualified examiners that are experienced within the field that are assigned to the analyst. And both of those have to be passed before we can move from one part to the next. So in that, after the phase 1 oral board, the second oral board is done, the analyst training will move on to phase 2, and that includes a period of approximately 800 hours of supervised casework, which comes out to about 5 to 6 months, where an analyst will do real casework under the supervision of a qualified analyst within the section. And after all of that is completed, an analyst will be assigned a mock case, where they'll do their own examination, mock evidence, and then testify to their findings in an in-group setting with attorneys. All of these phases have to be signed off on by forensic management in order for the analyst to be then certified to do their own independent casework in firearms.
Are you currently in any leadership roles?
So in addition to being a crime laboratory analyst in firearms, I am also FDA's firearms technical leader.
And what is the firearms technical leader responsible for?
So the technical leader for firearms has numerous responsibilities, which includes the maintenance and control standards of all of our equipment in firearms. And if we choose to research and bring on any sort of new examination processes or equipment, I am responsible for that as well. I'm also responsible for the overseeing all the training, every trainee in our state, and as well as maintaining all the documentation for firearms that includes both internally and for accreditation purposes.
Over the course of your career, how many times have you had the opportunity to make comparisons to determine whether or not a particular cartridge case was fired from a particular firearm?
Approximately thousands.
How many times have you had the opportunity to determine whether or not multiple fired cartridge cases were fired from the same firearm? I don't know if that's the same question.
Again, approximately thousands.
Have you previously testified as an expert in firearms identification?
Yes, I have.
How many times and what jurisdictions?
Approximately 39 times at trial and in multiple jurisdictions within our region. That includes Duval County, Marion County, Putnam, Alachua, just to name a few.
I mentioned before firearms identification. What is that?
So firearms identification is the forensic discipline that concerns itself with a microscopic comparison of those firearm components that I mentioned, usually bullets and cartridge cases, again, to see if they were fired from the same firearm, if no gun is submitted in a case, or from a particular firearm, if a gun is submitted in a case.
Now, those of us less familiar with firearms would consider ammunition fired from a gun to be what we call bullets. What does ammunition actually consist of?
So what lay people usually refer to as bullets is actually what we call technically cartridges. So a cartridge is going to be a single unit of ammunition that contains 4 main components. So the cartridge case, which is the metal receptacle that contains all of the components therein, as well as the primer, which is seated in the underside, the base of the cartridge in what's called the primer pocket. And the primer contains explosive materials that, when struck with a blow from the firearm's firing pin, will actually explode under impact. And that explosion causes sparks or flames to be ignited within the primer pocket, and those sparks will travel through what we in an area called the flash hole that is within the cartridge case. And traveling through that flash hole, these sparks will hit a material called propellant, which is otherwise known as gunpowder. And the ignition of the gunpowder will create a volume of gas, and that gas will expand the cartridge case against the walls of the chamber of a firearm to seal it off, to build pressure, and the volume of gas will also allow the bullet to swell as well to the size of the bore, which is the inner portion of the barrel of a firearm. And that pressure from the gas will allow the bullet to be propelled down the barrel, and that propulsion will lead to the bullet's exit from the muzzle.
Now, you mentioned
Watched it.
before, cartridge case,
One-
describe that. Is that what you would consider like casing?
Yes, it's commonly referred to as a cartridge case.
When you examine the cartridge, are you able to make any determinations as to the caliber, type, things of that nature?
So yes, when we do an examination of fire cartridge cases within the section, we'll be looking for that type of information. And things like the calibers are often stamped on the cartridge case itself in an area known as the head stamp.
What is a cartridge designation?
So a cartridge designation is the term used for a specific cartridge for which a firearm is designated to shoot. So things like 9mm Luger or 40 S&W, 45 Auto are all considered cartridge designations. So the specific type of ammunition that a firearm is designed to shoot.
In this case, did you receive a cartridge and were able to do a designation?
Yes, the cartridge designation is again often stamped on the underside of the cartridge case, which is known as the head. And again, that information is called the head stamp.
And I'm sorry, you mentioned before a 9mm Luger. Is that what it was in this case?
Yes, that was the type of cartridge cases that were submitted to me.
And 9mm Luger, is that its caliber?
So again, 9mm Luger is the particular designation. The caliber has multiple definitions, depending on which item you're actually referring to, being either the firearm or the ammunition itself. So in the firearm, the caliber is actually the diameter of an imaginary circle that is formed by the tops of the lands on the inner portion of the firearm, otherwise known as the bore. And that measurement of that distance is known as the
He is very smart, but
caliber.
why do we need
For
to know?
ammunition, the caliber is the nominal diameter measurement of the base of the bullet that resides within a cartridge.
When you're asked to examine casings or cartridges to determine if they're shot from the same firearm, you can't tell anything about the actual shooting itself or about the victim or the shooter, can you?
No, not at all. That's not the purpose of firearms identification. We're really only looking to look at the evidence to see if we can determine, again, if they were fired from the same firearm or from a particular firearm, depending on the circumstances of the case. So we're looking to attribute
Hey, Tanya.
the evidence to the questions of really why and how.
What are you doing up so late?
At a particular shooting incident. So the why being, or excuse me. the
Tanya's
what
from
being,
Melbourne.
Exactly what type of firearm
Yeah.
or ammunition components were contained at the incident, and the also the how being how many items are attributable to either the same source or a particular firearm in a case.
What's the normal procedure when you receive evidence for analysis?
So once evidence is a case is assigned to me randomly by my supervisor, I will pick up the evidence from our secure evidence section. And
Get on with it, lady.
Scan to my custody.
I know. I don't know why we do.
We know you're an expert.
I mean, like, we get it. Everybody gets it.
Mhm.
The whole world
So
gets
once those
it.
items are in my custody.
We also
Yeah.
know how to do everything.
My office in the firearms section, which is.
This ain't our
secure
first
area where I
rodeo.
store the items,
Wow.
As I'm working throughout the case.
Uh-huh.
So, in working the items initially, I'll first make sure I have a detailed accounting of all the items that I'm supposed to have and that were supposed to be assigned to the firearms section. So I'll make sure that I'll have all the packages that are contained on the tracking form. That are
I also
supposed to be
wash my
assigned to the
hands when I
section.
poop.
And after making sure that all the items
I also
check
poop.
seals and make sure that the seals are packed and everything.
Oh, Lordy.
Looks in
Come
good
on.
condition. It's legible on the outside of the packaging before I start opening.
And once you open the package, do you do anything further with the package depending on the items you receive?
Yes, so once I open the package, I will sign the
And you?
outside of
I
the
was-
packaging, so the outer packaging.
My
into
mind
the
wasn't
packaging, and also
including that
the
I
item
was
itself
seeing her
with
here.
the unique evidence case
Sorry
number
that your
is
cup
assigned
woke
to
you up.
for items in the case, as well as any sort of item number,
There's a
and also
P on the
initial-
end of
initials to be able to
word,
track
Abby.
the evidence within the section as I'm working it, and to make sure that the chain of custody is again maintained.
After any testing is completed, what do you do with the evidence at that point?
So after I'm
It
done
took me
working
longer
the
to tell
case
us
and
all of this,
my report has
just to
been
say,
released,
Hey, did
I'll be
this
able to seal
is this
up
the
all of
thing
those
that did
items
the thing? Yes?
Mhm.
using
Okay,
our
thank you, bye.
FDLE
Any questions from the
printable
defense?
tape to
No?
create
All
new
right,
seals
great.
Can't we just
on the
read your
outside of the
report?
bag. We'll seal up the outer inner packaging, sign and date those seals, and then
That's
we'll return the items to the evidence section via that RFID label.
I mean, dang.
Were all those normal procedures followed in this case?
Yes, they were.
Nobody called her in the Baldwin case. We'd still be there.
Mm.
Number 2022-04.
As my grandfather would say, "Oh my goodness."
July 2022. What evidence did that DA receive?
Well, it sums it up. I'm
So
like,
there were 3 items that were submitted
stop.
to the firearms section. If you don't mind if I may refer to my notes.
Yes.
So there
What,
was
you don't
item
remember?
1 and 2, which were each one fire 9mm Ruger caliber cartridge case, and then item 7, FDLE item 7, is one 9mm Luger caliber Glock semi-automatic pistol, which is a model 43X, and also 1 magazine.
Yes.
I am glad that she has all of that education and everything. 'Cause some of them, like, at in paranoid, was like, "What'd you do?" I took like some weekend class.
Oh,
It almost felt like.
was it snowing?
I don't know. I didn't leave. I left
How
my
many
house.
drinks did you have?
Yes. I mean, 60% of the time it works all the time.
Unfortunately, the book been previously identified as State's Exhibit 2G for identification, F and T, which has been stipulated to as State's 19 party evidence 47 and 48.
Those are not the next sequential numbers. Do you realize that?
What's next?
45. We ended up on 44.
Oh,
And
no,
is
not
there
sequential.
No objection? This is, okay. I just
No
want the record to be clear. So 2G, you're moving into evidence.
Wait for him to surprise us.
Yes, Your Honor.
S, you're moving into evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
And T,
T is already in evidence at State's 19.
that is correct.
Oh,
So if there's no
someone just
objection
walked over my
on
grave.
On S and 2G, they will come in as 45 and 46 respectively. 45 for S and 46
I
for
remember what
2G.
they were describing. I think when the mom was talking about the little kids, I had chills all over when she was talking about finding those little kids by the mom.
Yep.
Her mom was talking about it. That was awful.
Thank you. Stacy, this is 46 and 2G for identification first. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Is that the firearm that you received?
Yes, it is.
Does it still have the red tape and those things you just described that are normally on, used to seal the firearm before you receive it?
Yes.
I'm handing you Stacy Exhibit 45, which is S for identification. Similarly, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
And I'll hand you Stacy Exhibit 19, which is, you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And the two exhibits that I just handed you, what were they?
Those are the 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases from items 1 and 2.
And these are the cartridge cases that you received for testing in this case?
Yes.
And that's along with the firearm that you received for testing in this case as well?
Yes.
Your permission to publish?
Yes.
I was just trying to see if we are missing anything else other than closings. So
You mentioned before that you recognize these
I
on your
don't see
margins.
anything.
Were each of those 3 submissions properly sealed when you received them?
Oh, and
Yes.
it looks like it just cuts off.
And do those 3 submissions appear to be in substantially the same condition when you examine them?
Yes, they do.
The feed just cuts
What
off.
is your understanding as to why the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office
Tomorrow?
submitted the two
Yep.
casings in the
Or
9
today?
millimeter block?
Like today, like they
The
done.
request for it was for a microscopic comparison of the cartridge cases and evidence
See if they
to
fixed
test for
it.
the firearm that I would produce.
What testing or examination did you complete to determine if those two 9 millimeter casings I showed you were in fact shot from that 9 millimeter pistol that had been submitted?
So first, in this type of case where cartridge cases have been submitted in evidence, the first thing I'll need to do is to look at the cartridge cases that are in evidence to each other first, and also assess them for what's called class characteristics. And class characteristics are those details that are determined by a manufacturer of a product before it's actually made. So in the case of ammunition, it's going to be things like the caliber, any sort of design of the cartridge case itself, the type of material, that sort of thing. So I'll be assessing the class characteristics, as I said, and an easy way to think of class characteristics is to think about cars on the road. So there are different types of and classes of cars, so SUVs, sedan, whatever, that you'll see driving out on the road. So all of these cars, all of these different classes of vehicles relate to each other because they share the same design, the same detail. And all of that was determined before the product was actually made. So the class characteristics help us to easily know which items need to be compared to each other. So when I do the class characteristic assessment of the cartridge cases, I'm looking to see if they share those same class characteristic details. Again, things like caliber, the shape of the firing pin, design on the breech face, any markings on that are going to be on the primer that were imparted to the cartridge case during discharge from the firearm, and to see what items need to be compared to each other. So I did that in this case and determined in my initial screening of those cartridge cases that they
Was it a nickel primer or a silver primer?
And would need those characteristics would indicate that they were from a similar source. Now, after doing that initial screen of the cartridge cases on each other, I would also do inventory of the gun as well.
And then
We just want to know.
do a first observation.
Does it match or not?
Did you also do a testing between the cartridge and the firearm?
Yes, so after I worked with the cartridge cases initially to see about those class characteristics and to see if they shared any sort of similar individual characteristics.
Simple answer. Yes.
Yes.
I started working with the firearm. And with any firearm, before we shoot any sort of live ammunition,
Like somebody saying, where do you want to go to dinner?
Bench test.
Well, I would go here, but this and this and this, that and that and that. So explain everything to you. You might go here or there. I don't know.
For me, the
I
operator.
agree.
As I'm shooting this firearm.
Please just answer.
And after that's done, we'll also assess.
Oh
any
my
sort of
God.
the firearm has, and then see
Like
if
the
we're
last witness
functioning
of the
properly,
day.
and if the firearm is
Around
safe enough
6
operation.
hours.
So after I determined all of that, the firearm was in good condition and suitable to fire with live ammunition, I went to our secure ammunition storage in the firearm section. And relative to the ammunition type and
Honestly,
material
she would have been
that
so
the cartridge
interested.
cases and evidence were, I selected ammunition to
She should have
shoot
matched
in the
the
firearm
batches.
that was submitted case. So
But
then
that doesn't
I'll
even
shoot
happen
on our
here.
secure firearms range to collect both the cartridge cases and bullets that were test fired from the firearm.
Is it bad that I want to shoot it right now?
Figuratively speaking, too.
Look at them under the microscope to each other to see if those test fired cartridge cases have sufficient markings
I mean,
to be able to
I'm trying to explain why water's wet.
examine two other items to see if
Yeah.
it's suitable.
After you examined the 2 fire cases or test fire cases and the 9 millimeter firearm that you received, what was your opinion?
So after doing all of that and examining the cartridge cases and evidence to the suitable test that I fired from the submitted pistol in this case, I was able to determine, as my opinion, that the cartridge cases were what's called an identification as having been fired.
You're right.
Sorry.
And identification might be a term that we're not familiar with. What does that mean?
Oh,
Why?
why?
Identify.
So that is a same source conclusion, meaning that all the class characteristics, those things I talked about before, those details
It's
were
almost
in agreement
done.
with each other, and as well as the individual characteristics, which are those pattern details that are imparted to the firearm. In
I can't. Can we fast forward to the interview,
Yep.
the detective interview? Because it looks like there's one more short witness after she gets done, and then they go into the police interview. Sorry for people that are interested in that. I'm not making fun of her being so educated or smart or anything of that nature, but that was a lot. We didn't need.
Yeah.
We
The
don't
word
need it.
alphabet.
Yes. Like I said, Baldwin, that would have been super interesting. Got some music and helpful. All right, cameraman, can you just
Oh, so
not
this is
start?
the defendant, yeah?
Yes. We are class action. Gabby said so.
Yeah, oh yeah. I take the ass out of class.
We get to see his acrobatics. You're welcome,
Oh.
Carmen. That lady. Oh my gosh. It was like just listening to somebody just talking. You're not. It's background noise.
Yeah. I'd rather watch grass grow.
And paint dry.
Yeah. And cricket.
I don't know. I know what it is, but I don't know anything about it. So sure.
No, you're not missing anything. Oh, I missed. Oh,
What you missed?
I missed. State of Origin, Game 3, the decider.
What?
The NRL. State of Origin, Game 3, the decider was on tonight.
Oh,
The
I don't know what
decider,
that.
NRL, rugby.
Okay, that's a rough sport.
New South Wales and Queensland have it's called a State of Origin. So New South Wales and Queensland have their own teams made up of the best of all of the teams, and they have a decide like it's best of 3. And it was Game 3 tonight, so they'd won a game each. Yeah, and I forgot it was on. I fell asleep. Oops.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. No,
this woman.
no, I was
ramble
asleep.
on.
It was at 8 o'clock. I fell asleep.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Yes, Gabby, I'd rather watch pickleball, and I haven't watched that either. So just we'll go watch a dare play. Oh,
How
what
much
are you
longer has
doing?
this got to go?
Well, I don't know, considering I did not do
Oh,
that.
so you really.
How did I back it up? I unpaused it.
Where did that come from? Was it the one you purchased, or you hold it for a friend?
Yeah, I didn't
Was it
back
Nick's?
it up. I didn't think I did that. More cameraman.
It could be 22 or it could be 22 days.
Only a dare knows.
Why didn't you mention that earlier?
I told him I was joking.
Why didn't you tell us? Why is it all, have you not noticed the pattern first? No, what I'm saying is. 15 hours, we had to see your back. Because I know that I didn't do anything. That's what I just told you earlier. I know that I didn't do anything to it, so. Well, we're not talking about that, we're talking about the gun. When did you put the gun there?
Oh, we've still got all the digital data to go.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Do we need it?
The gun has been there for a while. How long has it been? I don't use it. You know how long it's been since we first put you in handcuffs right now? It's probably been 24 hours. It's been less than 24 hours. It's been somewhere maybe 15-ish. How many smoke breaks have you gotten? How many times have we offered you food, water, gone to the bathroom, make sure you were doing okay? Why didn't you say that earlier when you were
Text
talking
messages.
I don't know what he did. I was there.
You got at least 2.5 hours, I think.
What's their name? It's a young guy.
It's like they
What's
quit.
It's
like
what's his real name? I don't know. Man, this is someone calls himself and he calls
As soon as
himself.
this thing's over.
No, somebody returned it to me, but I I know that I didn't use it.
Wow.
It came out the little bird and dropped off to me. I hit it.
I would show you those pictures again, but you don't give a shit. Does nothing. He didn't do anything to you earlier.
Those pictures hurt my spirit.
How do you explain the fact that those two casings, the silver 9mm casings from around Tashika's dead body, match the gun that's in the backyard, the gun that you put in your mom's backyard? Explain it to me.
I don't have an explanation for that, but I do know that my gun did get retired to the phone guy in the complex.
How did it come back? Why'd you bury it in the dirt then?
I just left it back there. Anything like that, my mom doesn't like stuff like that in the house.
She's got her own guns. She loves guns.
No, but she doesn't like me having a gun on my person.
My mama don't like me having no guns.
She didn't kill your mom.
Yeah, my mom.
She didn't before when she saw us on Earth that day. She was Lord.
Do you think you are Harry Potter under the stairs?
I know that.
Yes.
How are you gonna explain Tashika's blood on those clothes that were hidden with that gun that's your size clothing? Explain that.
I don't have any blood on anything. I haven't been over at Mission Point. I haven't been there since last Saturday. So I didn't give it to anybody. I mean, I just, God gave me like $100 more on it. And then he
Wingardium Leviosa.
He returned to me maybe.
Does he know Tashika?
I don't know.
So he has no reason to kill her. That's stupid. Stop.
I think he knows in passing, but I don't think. Because I don't stay that way.
I gave you a little bit of credit earlier for being an educated, smart person. I don't lose confidence in that.
Listen, I don't stay out there. And
because usually someone who is smart at some point will start to recognize defeat, getting caught. Let me just separate myself from. You're not doing that.
No, but
I'm sorry that you picked him
Nope.
for somebody
I know that I didn't do anything to him. And
saying it 1,000 times isn't true.
I know that I didn't do anything to him. I know that the weapon didn't get back in my possession.
How did it not get back to you?
The guy came and
How did he come?
He was driving. He met me at the store. He went next to the smoke shop across the street from the Walgreens. I rode a bicycle.
Okay.
He was in the vehicle.
What vehicle was he in?
He might have been something like a cowboy or something.
Okay.
And he brought it back to me. And
what did you do? Did you manipulate it all? Did you crack the slide? Did you do
Somebody's
anything
telling
to
this
it?
story, sir.
No.
Did you put ammo in it? Did you shoot it?
No, I didn't shoot it.
What did you do with it?
I just took it back.
And just threw it in the dirt?
Yeah.
Okay. How many times did Scotty drive your mom's wallet?
Never.
Oh, then how did the same ammo from your lot get in your mom's wallet?
What do you mean?
What does Scotty look like?
Scotty's more of a
Oh, he's more of an A-rap. So does he look like you?
I'm African American, so.
Yeah, he's my twin. Yeah, look exactly like me. Got a black hoodie and everything.
Even when it comes down to what she had going in that apartment complex, I don't know who she did it. I've seen her talk to a guy who I was cool with, so I don't know how she moves. But at the end of the day, the weapon got back in my possession, and I know that I hit it, and that was how that went.
Not very well.
Man, threw a bullet in mom's car too, set mom up. I'm telling you.
No, I didn't throw a bullet.
Oh.
You said there wasn't nothing there.
No, I didn't. I didn't throw a bullet in the car.
I think you want me to go arrest your mom.
No. I didn't throw anything in the car. If I had,
Scotty gave you a gun. You don't know Scotty.
No, but if I had,
you don't know shit about Scotty, but you're gonna hide a gun for him and then throw a bullet from that.
I mean, if you gave me like $100 just to rent it, I mean,
how did the bullet from the gun that Scotty gave you that you hid in the dirt in your mom's yard, how did one of those same bullets get in your mom's car? The same car that she gave you a ride in.
I'm not sure.
They were magic, sir.
I had extra bullets on my gun.
I'm not a brilliant
that's just that. That's
I'm
probably
not thinking about my children.
never. You know, she picked me up in it when I left Mission Point. She picked me up in that Volvo, and then when she picked me up.
Again, how does the casings that were around Tashika's dead body, how do they match the same gun that's hidden in a hole in your mom's backyard next to your clothes? The bloody clothes that you wore to kill Tashika.
The guy stays in the apartment complex. Well, I think he stays out there. I know he hangs out there. So, you know, he and I, we met each other a couple of times. He asked me to get home. I know that I haven't committed. I didn't shoot anybody. The last time that I was in that apartment complex, when my mom
I
picked me up
was
in that
can't
Volvo. She
listen to
picked
this.
me up in.
My mama picked me up.
Ugh. I was
Fishing gun fell out of my pocket.
I was trying to put a GIF or a GIF or whatever they're called of a magic 8-ball up in Discord for somebody, and so I typed in magic 8-ball looking for it, and I went to scroll, but I hit one and it just posted it. And what it said was, "You're effed." But it spelled it out, and Chrissy was like, "Well, okay then."
Thanks.
So that's why she's like, "What's the magic 8-ball say?" You're effed, dude. I was like dying laughing and wanted to crawl in a hole all at the same time. I felt so bad. And Christy was like, she's good, but I felt so bad because I was trying to, I don't know, we were talking about Burger King, but it was awful. I like
this. I'm done listening to you tell me that.
I was never there. I was never there at that scene.
Scotty did it, Nick did it.
I don't know. No, Nick was never over there.
Did your son kill Tashika?
No.
Sure? You weren't there.
But I brought up Nick. That was just me talking about
the presence. Give you that answer, Scotty?
That was just me talking about the presence.
How many people have How many random first name people have given you guns? Because it was Nick earlier, you didn't know anything about Nick.
No, but
you didn't say anything about Scotty, but where'd Scotty come from?
I mean, he hangs out at Mission Point.
whipping out like candy.
But you're not out there, so how do you know? I mean, when I used to go out there and visit so much.
You know your family's legit concerned for you. Like, they legit are just like, no wrong.
But I'm not. I know that I didn't do anything to anybody with my pistol. And even when it comes down to the guy Scotty one that hold it for $100, I don't even think he did it. You know what I mean? But I know that he was. No, but I know.
You're the only person that has a reason to.
I can't hear you, AJ. You're breaking up.
No, I got
Sorry.
one back.
I said he's like the Oprah firearm renting out. He's like, you get my firearm and you get my firearm, because he's just naming off people. It's really hard to hear him. I don't know if you guys in chat on the other end of the line are having a hard time, but he's very mumbled to me. So I just want to see him trying to escape.
Yes.
That's all. That's all. And I don't know where it is, and I don't want to like keep fast forwarding and then you guys get mad. Okay. You just want to go to the escape. Carm's like, yes, let's just go to the escape. All right. I know what that means, Gabby. Oh, they're seriously not going to show him trying to escape. They said they were going to. Guy is very intense looking.
Mm.
Oh, here it is.
Might be.
Just straight up. No. Not 9 times out of 10. No. Not maybe not. No. Tell me the first time that you did not kill.
Yeah.
You don't know anything about him.
You both are.
Okay, cool.
Oh, excuse me.
All right, here we go. We should have an Iowa trial. We have to jump over that. Hello, sir. We see you. We're watching you.
Do it.
He's like, "Cool, let me put my glasses on so I can
Yeah.
let me take them off now."
Uh-huh. I want to look cool when I escape.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
My hand. There we go. Can you see me?
Yeah. Now you see me?
How about
Now you
you?
don't.
How are you picking up? You didn't even wait a minute.
Oh. Oh, come on, bro. Really? The fuck?
A little bit more off.
What me? What me?
Movie? What a dumbass.
Oh. Oh, that was funny.
Oh my gosh. Just through the
Yep.
tile, where everybody goes, through the tile, like
Criminal
in the
of the
movies.
century.
You know, because police departments are very easy to escape from, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where are you going? What?
Criminal of the century. And the award goes to.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, we don't need any more of your testimony, sir. I want to see who this guy in the pink is. Fastest trial ever. He wanted to get to the lunchroom. He'd been crawling out, just fell through the tiles, which would have been hilarious. His look on his face when they tried to arrest him, like, what do I do?
Is this his brother? Maybe?
I'm not sure.
Mr. Jones. No. That was cheeky. Ooh, hello. You got Miss Spunk. Yeah, come closer.
Was that with Florida Department of Transportation?
Oh, he's a.
How long were you employed
gonna have to
by
hold
the Florida Department of Transportation or
Or
the title
he
of
could
this
use a
case?
cell phone. I don't know.
How long were you employed by them?
At least like a year and a half.
Year and a half. What was your assigned role?
I don't really care what he does.
Traffic signal technician?
Traffic
I want to
signal.
turn your attention to July 26, 2022. Were you working that day?
He saw the car.
Do you recall what you were doing that day for work?
We were on the side of the road, side of 295, came to DMS's, the area DMS boards, the digital message boards on the side of 295. We were cutting some area around on that day.
I bet he found the phone.
Like cutting the grass around the area around the toolboxes on the
Her
ground.
phone.
Do you recall what exit you were near on 295?
It was about Dunn's. It was in between Dunn's and Trower.
At some
Oh,
point
you
while
know
you
what that
were
is.
working, did you see a phone on the side of the road on the ground? Did you believe that was actually your phone at the time?
Someone at the time I did, yes ma'am, because when I got in the truck, was parked on the side of the road, I got in the truck. And as soon as I got in the truck, the phone was right on me. So, yes.
Did you pick it up?
Yes ma'am, I did.
Once you picked it up.
Well,
and
you
realized
got a
it was
cheeky
your
ass
phone, were
smile.
you able to determine the owner of the phone?
Yes ma'am, I was.
You had me at hello.
I seen the phone, it had like some pictures of
He does not
kids.
tell you if he's doing something wrong very well at all.
I went into emergency contact on the phone.
Not saying he was, but if he was,
I called the number, talked to this guy.
don't play poker, dude.
And that was it.
Yes,
I talked to him. He said who phone it was, then
Thirsty.
I kept the phone in my possession, and then later on that evening, I went home. I called the police. Police came to my house, got the phone.
I'm just swinging around here.
Oh my
And so the person that you contacted on the phone, they told you that the phone belonged to Tashika Young?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the reason you called the police? Did you find out why that might have been important?
Oh, yeah.
Called a popo?
Yeah, it was a
God, the
program on
police.
the radio about what was going on and stuff like that. And once I saw the name, I automatically, I'm like, man, so I just, called the police. At first, I called my mom.
What's up,
Asked
girl?
my mom,
First I called my mom.
and she said,
Your
yes.
mama's boy.
And then right, wrong is wrong. So I called the police. They came to me and got the phone. And that was it.
And so the police did collect the phone from you?
Yes, ma'am. It was a couple hours that same day.
And did you have any further involvement in this case?
No, that's it.
No further questions?
Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Ah,
All right. I
Thank you,
think
Mr.
that's
can I watch him walk away?
I think that's that.
Oh, hello. His pants were half down.
Of course they were. I just want to
All right,
hold
ladies
this
and
up.
gentlemen, we're gonna go ahead and give you a afternoon recess or a comfort break in the jury room to use the facilities. I ask that you leave your notepads on your seats. We will return them to you.
All right, shush,
Because
Judge.
you talked to other women and have been for a while.
Oh, that looks like
God will deal with you. I don't even care anymore, honestly. I'm mentally checking out. Sent at 5:45 p.m. A response from
We connect the device to a forensic computer and use software on that computer to communicate with the phone and
Oh, it's a
extract
fan. I
data
was like, what the heck is
from the
that?
device itself.
What?
when you do this process, does it in any way change
Maybe a
the
fan.
data on the
You
phone?
should
It does not.
fan yourself from that dude.
Once the phone is downloaded, do you look through it to determine the evidentiary value of the data?
Normally, we look at the data and we get
Yes.
a very basic idea of what's on the phone.
Good thing it's Thursday here.
And,
I want to turn your attention to July 23rd and the days after 2022. Did you receive a call from a detective regarding a phone in this case?
yes, I did.
Maybe these text
Did you
messages.
receive a cell phone?
Motive.
I did receive a cell phone.
Because so far
And
they.
were you informed of who that cell phone might have belonged to?
I was informed that it belonged to the defendant.
And did you receive any sort of documentation as well?
With the phone, I received a request for analysis as well as a written consent to search for the cell phone.
When you receive the phone, what's the first thing you do?
The first thing I do is document the phone, the condition that it's in, anything that might be attached to it, like a wireless charger or additional storage, just to get document how the phone was received by the sheriff's office.
After documenting the condition of the phone and as well as the state that it is currently in, what comes with it, what do you do then?
At that point, that's when I begin the examination of the phone. I connect the phone to the forensic machine and then begin the extraction of the data on the phone.
Were you asked to perform any additional searches in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, I was.
Can you describe what you were able to access within a phone download?
Within the phone download, it contains everything that the user can see. That might be pictures, text messages, call logs, that sort of thing. But it also contains backend data that the user cannot normally see in the form of logs and databases and application data.
Now you mentioned that normally you do kind of a preliminary dive into the phone and then provide that on to further to other detectives. Is that what you did at first in this case?
Yes, it is.
It's because I got
What
sweet
activity did you review
back
at that time?
wrestling, so she got up.
In the beginnings of the investigation, I had just reviewed call logs,
Seen her sleep so much.
text messages, and basically the last few things that were going on in the phone. I look at the timeline view and check
All right,
out
get
the
us
last
there, sir.
few hours of what happened on that phone.
At a later time, did you further review the contents of the phone download?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to access text messages between the owner of this phone and the phone number 904-609-1886 in July of 2022?
Yes, I did.
I grant permission to approach the witness.
Yes.
This has previously been stipulated to.
All right, no objection to this exhibit,
That's right.
and that states 3I.
Yes, Your Honor, composite.
Okay, and without objection, states 3I will be marked into evidence in states exhibit
Without objection, again.
61. Yes.
Just check once. Okay, Jody.
These messages, and they're, of course, in a printed format, some of the messages that you were able to see during the.
I'm going to watch this one and the stepdad, and then we'll be done. From what I can see, there's closing arguments, and then they're not, unless the judge is done reading jury instructions, they're not deliberating yet. So
So there's closing instructions on today's.
yeah,
there?
closing arguments have happened.
Oh,
The
okay.
feed cuts out. It looks like during the defense's closing, the feed just stops. So I don't know if we'll get to see all of it. So that video is like 2 hours, but there's a big break in the middle of it. And then she comes back. When I just checked a little bit ago, she was reading jury instructions, which I don't need to listen to. If you want to listen to them, we can.
No,
but
no.
they're so repetitive.
No, I'll do the
So
recap.
my guess would be we can do closings and the verdict in the morning. And
Okay.
then whatever we need to recap off of this.
Yep.
So
Works for
just
me.
just remember we are at Mountain Man text message.
What's the timestamp?
5:45:21.
All right. I'm going to say good night.
Yes,
Or
you
good
go
morning.
get some good morning. Happy Thursday. I use you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining me, and I will be
That's all
joining
right.
you in the morning.
In the morning.
Bright and early.
Done.
I may have to stay behind my little avatar thingy.
Night all. Lovely to see you.
Oh, I've lost
Stay
my
safe.
cursor. All right, get some sleep, and I will see you tomorrow morning.
Okay, bye.
All right, see ya. Bye. All righty. It is just us. I assume she'll take her stream down. I don't know. I've never done this before. I'll see. I just want to finish these text messages and then see what the stepdad has to say because he used his stepdad's truck. And then tomorrow morning, I'm going to join Jody at 7 a.m. Eastern time. So I'm going to join her before I go to my dad's. And we'll wrap this up. And we are keeping an eye on Flasher's courtroom. We haven't forgot about it. He is doing a DUI case, so I want to see if it's even going to be like good to watch, interesting to watch, if it's typical Flasher or if it's just going to be not great and boring. So I'm going to pay attention to it and I will check it out. But yeah, her stream is still up here. Is her stream still up, Gabby? If it's not, I'll take it down, but it says it's still live.
Phone download and extraction?
Yes, they are.
You have permission to publish?
Yes. Are these going to be appearing on monitors or by the detective reading?
They're going to appear by the monitors, Your Honor, and then I will read the relevant portion of the record.
All right.
That's fine. Then she won't have to do a recap.
And Detective, can you see on your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the same as the message you currently have in front of you as well?
Yes, it is.
And Detective, this is the message that you pulled from that phone?
Yes, it is.
And the contents are message 1 at 5:47 p.m. about on July 14th, 2022, about to see our nugget at 5:47 as well from that same number, 904-609-1886. Getting blood work and glucose tests done as well. At 6:10 p.m. from that same number, there appears to be a video of a sonogram. And then at 6:10 p.m., there appears to be a picture of a sonogram.
Yes, ma'am.
Same thing here, Detective, another set of messages you pulled
Yes.
from July 14th, 2022. I'm measuring 9 weeks, 3 days, but according to my period, 8 weeks, 6 days, sent at 2:10 p.m. from that same number, 904-609-1886. A message from the phone identified as Bursey J. Armstrong. It appears to be a heart emoji, sent at 2:39 p.m.
Yes.
And then a response message from that same number of I cried at 2:58 p.m.
Yes.
It appears that the messages continue on that same date, that the person, the 904-609-1886 at 2:58 p.m. liked so bad. The next message at 2:58, I'm happy and sad with a sad emoji. I just want us better, wish you were here.
Yes.
From Bursey J. Armstrong at 3:01, cried about what and wish I was where, period. From the responder, seeing our baby at 3:12 p.m. At 3:12 p.m., hopefully time apart will bring us closer, whatever God has for us.
Yes.
A response message at 3:32 on that same date, we'll see what happens. A response from 904-609-1886, what do you want to happen, question mark, at 4:39 p.m. A follow-up message at the same minute, 4:39 p.m. I go back on 8/11, have blood drawn to check for Down syndrome and to check for gender. I'll know gender 2 weeks after that.
Yes.
A follow-up message from that same number at 5:26 p.m. Can I ask you a question, question mark? A message in response from Bursey J. Armstrong, sure, at 5:34 p.m. At 5:35 p.m. a response, how would it make you feel if you never saw me again, question mark.
Yes.
On that same date at 5:54 p.m., never mind, that was my answer, no answer. A response message from Bursey J. Armstrong, see you in what way, at 6:11 p.m. And a response again from Bursey J. Armstrong at 6:16 p.m., presence or eye to eye.
Yes.
Yeah, he just didn't want to be with her anymore. That's fine. You don't have to unalive her.
I'm skipping forward a little bit to the next day on July 15th, 2022.
Okay.
And is this another set of messages that you pulled on that date?
Yes, they are.
From 904-609-1886.
Yes.
You're grown, let your family control you and miss out on your kids. My family don't control me, I do what I want with my kids, period, at 4:46 p.m. From that same number, okay, victim, I don't care anymore. When you're ready to be a dad, I don't know if you will be here. I'm not relying on your help anymore, and no, I'm not filing what says CS, like your mother suggested I do. I'll let God handle this, and whatever happens next, I'm a good woman, period, at 4:48 p.m.
Yes.
From Bursey J. Armstrong at 5:07 p.m., I'm not a victim, goodbye. At 5:09 p.m., I'm not a victim, I'm victorious, I'm blocking you now.
Yes.
Then on the next day, July 16th, 2022, from that 904-609-1886 number, question mark, at 7:09 p.m. At 7:09 p.m., can you stop being upset with me, question mark. At 7:10 p.m., I'm really depressed.
Yes.
From Bursey J. Armstrong on that same day, 7:25 p.m., don't you meet out with other men, period. From that same number, 904-609-1886. No, exclamation point. Why do you think that? Question mark. If that was the case, I wouldn't be crying and depressed. You really don't know me. I'm not one of these other women you've dealt with. 7:28 p.m. I just want for you to fight it. The word is GOT, me for once. At 7:46 p.m. There's looking to be a correction from that same number at 7:46, 4 with an asterisk. Follow-up message at 8:53 p.m. GN, we love you, period.
Yes.
The next day, from Bursey Armstrong on July 17th, I'm straight, period.
Yes.
A continuing message from him at 8:21 p.m. Let me know about the kids before I leave town. I would like to see them, ... That was all. At 8:27 p.m., I'm glad that you have a sex partner, Tashika, ... You've been frustrated, ... Now let's keep it about the kids. A reply at 904-609-1886 of I don't, I'm straight. At 8:28 p.m. Another message from that number at 8:29 p.m. Let's keep it about the kids, superhero, with a smiley face. I have nothing to say to you. With a response at 8:32 p.m. from Bursey J. Armstrong with a kissing face emoji.
Yes.
On that same day, 8:32 p.m. from Bursey J. Armstrong, arrange it with J, period. A message from that same number that this chat has been with. I'm not communicating with your family. That shit is dead. Goodbye. At 8:33 p.m. At 8:33 p.m., a message from that same number. I'm straight.
Yes.
It appears at 8:37 p.m. that there's a link to Apple Music with an album Dead to Me from that same number.
Yes.
At 8:37 p.m., a response from Bursey J. Armstrong. You've been a dead woman. You'll never be alive.
Yes.
Wow.
And I'm moving forward a little bit more to July 18th at 8:42 p.m. from that same number in the chat. You can't hurt me anymore. Another message at 8:42 because you never loved me and I realize that now. A following message at the same minute. Goodbye, Bursey Jr.
Yes.
A message from that same number that ends in 1886 at 10:18 p.m. You move as though you never loved me at all. You're supposed to protect me, not hurt me. I have our third child growing inside of me and you treat me like crap. You put everything on social media, comma, I will start to do the same. Looks like our family's over, period. Goodbye. At 10:18 p.m. It looks like that is on the 19th of July.
Yes.
A response message at 10:25 p.m. from Bursey J. Armstrong. I have my family, the period, thank you, period. Just got off the phone with Jared.
Yes.
You just wish she would have just stopped talking. Just stop communicating with him.
On July 20th, 2022, from Bursey J. Armstrong. You can meet whoever you need to meet with at the splash pads, smiley face, at 6 p.m. I sent another message from Mr. Armstrong. You were the wrong woman to try to have a family with. I should have never given you an engagement ring. Go meet at the splash pad now, period, at 6:06 p.m. And a laughing emoji as a following message.
Yes.
On that same date, on the 20th, at 6:06 p.m., I'm just sitting back and watching. Also from Mr. Armstrong at 6:11 p.m., keep playing in my face and watch what happens, with a kissing emoji. A response from that same number that ends in 1886 at 6:12 p.m. Thanks for being honest now.
Yes.
A response from Mr. Armstrong at 6:12 p.m. Goodbye. Another message erased with a picture that appears to be himself as well as his mom.
Yes.
At 6:18 p.m. At 6:21 p.m., a message from Mr. Armstrong. I don't need a splash pads, ... That's your peasant friend, ... Go join him, period. At 6:21 p.m., with a smiley face sent at 6:25 p.m., with a response the next day on the 21st of July. You really know how to hurt me. I don't think I'll ever be the same after this. Sent at 11:45 a.m. A response from Bursey J. Armstrong. IDK, what you're talking about, ... You have a man to talk to, ... Deal with him. Sent at 12:39 p.m. A response from that same number ending in 1886. You don't talk to anyone. I don't talk to anyone, period. You are really delusional. Sent at 12:51 p.m.
Yes.
Another message at 12:51 p.m. I'm pregnant, dumbass, period, by capital Y, capital O, capital U, period. A message from that same number at 12:52. Today, 4 years ago, was when we found out I was pregnant for the first time. You suck, period. You want me to be miserable. Dating is the last thing on my mind. And you should know sex doesn't move me. I don't need that shit either. A following message, I think you keep putting that on me because you talk to other women and have been for a while. God will deal with you. I don't even care anymore, honestly. I'm mentally checking out. Sent at 5:45 p.m. A response from Mr. Armstrong, you try to hurt me, ... Sent at 6:35 p.m. A response at 6:37 p.m. I don't, and I'm sorry to feel that way. I just want to feel safe around you. You are supposed to protect me and the kids always.
Yes.
Another message at 3:37 p.m. on the 21st from Mr. Armstrong. Women have sex, etc. during pregnancies all the time, ... How are you different? A response at 3:46 p.m. Never have I ever had any sex with no other person than you since being with you. I didn't have a lot of bodies when you met me. You have me confused. And most importantly, I'm not endangering my unborn life with random dicks. I'm good. Sent at 3:46 p.m.
Yes. Yes.
Our response from Mr. Armstrong at 3:48 p.m. Nice to know. A following message, people or PPL wear condoms too, and all condoms don't make you break out, ... But send me photos of the kids. A response from the same number that ends in 1886. I'm not having sex, ! I don't care about sex. You probably are though. The way you blocked me on everything says enough.
Yes.
This message on the 22nd of July at 9:46 a.m. from Mr. Armstrong, you don't even like me. A response from that same number that ends in 1886 in all capitals, I love your aggravating ass. Sent at 9:54 a.m. A follow-up from that same number, you know how many N-words want a chance, but I'm like, nah, LMAO with several O's. You have haters, okay, like real deal hurt, I'm having another baby. Laughing emoji.
Yes.
Sent later on that same day on the 22nd of July, 2022, from Mr. Armstrong. Some people position themselves in certain places, and Jacksonville wasn't it for me. When I left, I left. Sent at 8:42 p.m. A reply from the number that ends in 1886. I didn't move because you never committed. I guess that's why we broke up, and you have singled up everywhere and have me blocked, period. You don't have to block me to move on. At 9:02 p.m.
Yes.
A reply from Mr. Armstrong, you know what you did, ... and I still feel away, ... I have what I need from my doctor, and I have to go to Connecticut and Memphis, period. I'm late. At 9:13 p.m. A response from the number ending in 1886. I still feel away from what you did to me as well. Sent at 9:15 p.m. A reply from Mr. Armstrong, when you treated me how you treated me, it made me look at you differently. I'm in Jacksonville visiting, and you disturbed my peace when I just wanted to love you and the kids. It changed how I viewed things because I sacrificed so much, and you didn't appreciate me. Sent at 9:16 p.m. Mr. Armstrong, a follow-up message, my doctor should have it to me tomorrow at 9:19 p.m.
Yes.
Another message from Mr. Armstrong at 9:23 p.m. You wouldn't change for me. A reply from the number ending in 1886, where she disliked a previous message, sent at 9:25 p.m.
Yes.
Another dislike sent at 9:25 p.m. for a prior message. And then a message reply at from 1886, you have pride issues, sent at 9:25 p.m.
Yes.
Another message from that number, maybe when you leave, you'll see your family is important. I can't be worrying about me and you right now, period. I'm growing a whole human inside of me at 9:26 p.m. From Mr. Armstrong, if you loved me like you said you did, comma, you would have changed for me. You would have just left at 9:26 p.m. Another message from Mr. Armstrong, I did that last time, ... I have to feed the family. From 1886, you have pride issues, sent at 9:25 p.m.
Yes.
Another message from that number, maybe when you leave, you'll see your family is important. I can't be worrying about me and you right now, period. I'm growing a whole human inside of me at 9:26 p.m. From Mr. Armstrong, if you loved me like you said you did, comma, you would have changed for me. You would have just left at 9:26 p.m. Another message from Mr. Armstrong, I did that last time, ... I have to feed the family. If the family was important to you, comma, you would have moved, ... You see what I'm saying, ... You didn't want to change for me, period. Sent at 9:27 p.m.
Yes.
Sent from that same number on the same date at 9:29 p.m. ending in 1886. Left my dying dad, ? No, in all caps. From the same number, if I meant anything to you, comma, you would have married me and not embarrassed me, period. Now you got single up everywhere, hoes liking posts, not knowing you got a whole nother baby on the damn way. Sent at 9:30 p.m.
Yes.
From that same number, you don't care about me, you show me every day, period. I won't text or reach out anymore. Send at 11:04 p.m. from that number. From Mr. Armstrong at 11:04, don't get mad, ... IDK what you're talking about. With no response from the other number. At 11:06 p.m. from Mr. Armstrong, what's the problem? With no response from the other number.
Yes.
At 11:13 p.m., LOL goodbye from Mr. Armstrong, with a response at 11:19 p.m. from the number ending in 1886. I'm happy you think this is funny and that I'm joking, period. Goodbye, period. From Mr. Armstrong, you need to work for me, period. Goodbye. Send at 11:19 p.m.
Yes.
At 11:20 p.m. from Mr. Armstrong, you're a stalker. Sent from the number ending in 1886. I'm a stalker. ? Yeah, goodbye.
Yeah, no kidding. Hey, Alicia. Sorry. How are you? We haven't seen you in a while. It is good to see you. We are watching a trial out of Jacksonville, Florida that Mr. Bursey J. Armstrong, unalived allegedly, his girlfriend, mother of two of his children with a third on the way, in front of their two small children in her apartment. These text messages, I believe, are on the day that it happened, leading up to it happening. It happened around 1:30 in the morning. They did not find her and the kids until 5:20 the following evening. So a 12-month-old and I forget how old the other one was, little. They were in the apartment all that time with their mother, who had been shot twice. And they found one of them, I think her daughter, Bailey, holding her hand. She had covered her with a blanket. And then the son, Bursey the second, was on the bed, which had blood on it. That's where the first round was fired, I believe. And he had covered himself with a blanket and was trembling. So these are text messages because so far we really haven't had anything that leads up to this. We did skip some testimony because it was rough. So tomorrow morning, I was Jody's dreaming. I was just dual streaming with Jody from the Defense Rest. She's got a new channel. Check her out. And tomorrow morning, I'll be on her stream. I will be streaming to my channel as well, and we're going to finish this up. So very, very quick trial. And then I anticipate we will be doing the Black Swan trial next week when it gets going. But it is very good to see you. It's been a while.
Period. From Mr. Armstrong at 11:24, tell them that they need to work for me too, period, with a frowning face.
Yes.
From that same 1886 number, 11:24 p.m., you're not that important. A reply from Mr. Armstrong at 11:24 p.m., you don't even know me, period. You're not important.
No
A
problem.
reply at 11:25, night, with a kissing emoji. From Mr. Armstrong,
Yes.
from Mr. Armstrong at 11:25 p.m., a has-been from the radio, period. From Mr. Armstrong, you're so lost it's ridiculous, ... People take you for a joke trying to relive your past, period. You have 2 kids, period. Grow up. Sent at 11:28 p.m., no response from the other number. At 11:56 p.m. from Mr. Armstrong, a has-been disc jockey. Good night.
Yes.
That next morning, very early in the morning on July 23rd, 2022, the next message is at 2:21 a.m. from Mr. Armstrong. So now you're not answering. The last message from Mr. Armstrong at 10:46 a.m. You still upset?
Yes.
Detective, were you able to review the activity on the phone for the late hours of July 22nd, 2022, the early morning hours of July 23rd, 2022?
Yes, it was.
When was the last text message sent from that phone in the late hours of July 22?
From the deceased phone or
Apologies, from the defendant's phone.
from the defendant's phone, the last message to the deceased phone was at 10:46 a.m.
Apologies, on the evening of the 22nd of July.
Okay, on the 22nd of July, the last message sent was at 11:56 p.m.
And that was a has-been disc jockey?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was the next text message sent?
The next text message was sent at 2:21 a.m.
And that was, so now you're not answering text?
That's correct.
You mentioned activity on the phone. What kind of activity is common to see on a cell phone?
Common on a cell phone would be activity of the user interacting with the phone. It might be through an app. They may be powering on or powering off the phone. They may be locking and unlocking the phone, using text messaging, using the phone, using any sort of application. That's the kind of things we can see by looking at the activity log.
Prior to that last text message at 11:56, what kind of activity could you see on that phone?
On the phone itself, there was regular usage of social media apps like Instagram, Twitter. There was also usage of the text messaging application native to the iPhone, as well as the browser, the Safari browser. There was also regular usage of unlocking and locking the device.
And did that activity continue after that message?
After which message?
Apologies, after the 11:56 text message.
Yes, ma'am. That activity continued until approximately 12:17 a.m.
And when you say ended, can you describe what you observed that happened at 12:17 a.m.?
So the phone went from a pattern of regular usage through applications, the camera, the phone, and the text messaging application. It went from that pattern to a pattern of non-usage, which none of those applications were being used for approximately the next 2 hours. And there was still activity going on the phone indicating it was still powered on, but during this time, there was no user interaction with the device. It was not being locked or unlocked. Notifications were still coming in. The screen was still turning on and off with the notifications, but no applications were being used, no text messages were being sent, no phone calls were being made or anything like that.
Now you mentioned that the phone was what I'll call went dark for about 2 hours. When did you see user end activity resume?
User activity resumed at approximately 2:16 a.m.
So from 12:17 a.m. to 2:16 a.m., there was no user end usage of that phone.
That's correct.
Now you mentioned that the activity resumed at 2:16 a.m. What activity could you see?
That's when the activity basically picked up where it left off. There was more usage of the Instagram application, text messaging, the phone. The device was being locked and unlocked, just like it had been prior to 12:16 a.m.
And when was that next text message sent from the phone after it became active again at 2:16 a.m.?
It was sent at 2:21 a.m.
Were you able to see the location that the phone was during the period that it went dark?
Yes, it was.
And where was it?
It was in Bursey.
Were you able to access call logs between the owner of this phone and phone number 904-609-1886?
Yes, it was.
And officer, if you could just go to the end of the same binder that you have.
Got it.
That has already been introduced into evidence. Are you able to see the call log that you pulled?
Yes, I am.
Now, detective, can you see on your screen the same call log in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And so this is back to July 12th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
And we can see on here a call from a person identified as Crazy, but that's that same phone number, the 904-609-1886.
Correct.
And that's a call at 1:35 p.m. that appears not to go through. And then there's an additional call or a call from Mr. Armstrong on that day at 11:50 a.m. that appears not to go through. We then see a series of calls from that other number on that day, going from 3:37 to 4 p.m.
Correct.
Then on that next day, the 13th of July, there's a call from Mr. Armstrong at 5:17 p.m. that lasts about 2 minutes and 3 seconds.
Yes.
Then on the 15th of July, there appears to be 4 messages that either don't go through or last less than 20 seconds.
Calls, yes, ma'am.
I apologize, calls.
Yes, ma'am.
And then on the 16th of July, 2022, there appears to be a call from that same number that ends in 1886.
Yes.
That appears not to go through.
Correct.
Is this consistent with blocking?
Yes, it is.
On July 17th, 2022, is there a call from Mr. Armstrong that appears not to go through lasting 4 seconds?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Does it appear that he calls back after that? On that same day?
It does not appear so.
And that's at 8:30 p.m.
That's correct.
On the 18th of July, he calls again at 8:19 p.m. And once again, it appears not to go through. Does he make any additional calls back to that number?
No, ma'am.
On the 19th of July, there appears to be 2 calls that do not go through at 3:21 p.m. and 4:16 p.m. Does he make any additional calls after that?
No, ma'am.
And then the next call appears to be July 23rd, 2022, lasting 5 seconds at 2:16 a.m.
Correct.
And that's after that period of dark activity,
Yes, it is.
where there appears to be no answer, or it's being blocked for 5 seconds. He then calls again at 2:17 a.m.
Correct.
He then calls again at 10:47 a.m.
Correct.
He then calls again at 10:48 a.m.
Correct.
He then calls again at 2:17 p.m.
Correct.
He then calls again in that same minute, 2:17 p.m.
Correct.
He calls again at 2:33 p.m.
Correct.
And again at 2:33 p.m. in that same minute.
Correct.
Calls again at 2:34 p.m.
Correct.
Calls again at 3:04 p.m.
Correct.
Calls again at 3:05 p.m.
Correct.
Calls again at 3:47 p.m.
Correct.
And calls again at 4:08 p.m.
Correct.
And calls again at 4:24 PM,
Correct.
and calls again at 5:43 PM,
Correct.
again at 5:44 PM,
Correct.
at 6:17 PM,
Correct.
at 7:17 PM,
Correct.
at 7:18 PM,
Correct.
and at 7:19 PM,
Correct.
and all those calls go unanswered?
Yes.
Detective, based on their prior call history, was that common for the defendant to call the victim's phone 24 times in a 24-hour period?
No, it was not.
Detective, were you able to access contacts and social media applications on the phone?
Yes, it was.
Could you see any calls, messages via text or social media apps like Facebook, Instagram, anything from a person by the name of Scott, Scotty, or Scotty P?
I conducted a global search across the data, the entire data on this call book, and I did not see anything related to Scott, Scotty B, or any iteration thereof.
And you didn't see any messages to the phone on the day of the murder requesting a meetup to return a firearm?
I did not see any of those messages.
Move to confirm.
All right.
No further questions.
Cross-examine.
No questions, Judge.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Surprise.
Detective, you're excused, you're free to go.
We got one more witness.
All right, State, you may call your next witness.
City Hall, Adele Halim.
All right. Is Mr. Al-Halim present outside? All right. Argument? Yes.
Nicely zoomed back. There we go.
All right, sir, Bill, come forward and be sworn.
Your hand, sir. Show them to the desk. There you go. You shall miss you most, Deputy.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you state your name for the record and spell your name for the court reporter?
Abdel Khalid Al Halim, Abdel Khaldal-Halem.
Sir, how do you know Bursey Armstrong Jr.?
He's my stepson.
In July of 2022, what address were you living at?
In July of 2022,
Correct.
2563 Cricket Creek Point, Middleburg, Florida, 340.
And is that where you're still living today?
Yes,
Now, in July of 2022, was there a point where your stepson came to stay with you and your wife for a visit from out of state?
I believe that's correct.
And when he would come from out of state, would he generally stay with you and your wife?
I really can't answer that question. I don't know.
But you recall in July of 2022, he did stay with you?
It was that time frame, man.
Had you ever met Tashika Young, the mother of his children?
Yes, I've met her.
And you're aware, obviously, that she's deceased now?
Yes, I am.
On the Saturday afternoon, when she was found deceased, do you recall driving your stepson to Mission Point Apartments and dropping him off?
On the Saturday afternoon,
Right.
so this was after the incident.
On the day she was killed, and you dropped him off at Mission Point
I
Apartments?
do recall going to Mission Point one afternoon.
And when you dropped him off, do you recall seeing the police cars and the police tape?
Yes.
Do you recall a couple of days later, the detectives came to your home in Middleburg and executed a search warrant and searched your home?
I don't know if it's a couple of days later, but yes, I recall them coming over.
And do you recall telling them that on that Friday night, so if you dropped your stepson off at Mission Point Apartments on Saturday, that Friday night before that Saturday, you and your wife had gone to bed at 11 p.m.? Does that sound about right?
I don't know about that, but I'm sure I was home that evening.
Now, the community you live in, is that the Ravines?
Yes,
Is that a gated community?
yes.
So there's a gate that allows you to come in if you have a do you have like a responder or some kind of beeper?
It's a decal.
But what about to make the gates come up automatically? What do you do to get the gates to come up automatically?
And the decal, you pull up and you scan, and the gate comes up.
I got you. So it'll scan the decal and the gate will come automatically up.
That's correct.
So if you don't have that decal on your vehicle, you're not coming in without seeing the guard, right?
That's correct.
And are you aware that at that exit gate and the entry gate, there's a camera in addition to the guard shack? Were you aware of that?
I'm not, no.
Now, in a video taken from the Ravines surveillance camera right there, on that Saturday, the Saturday that you say you dropped your stepson off at Mission Point Apartments, so that same day, a black Toyota Tundra is seen exiting the Ravines gate there at 12:27 in the morning. Would that have been you driving that truck at 12:27 in the morning?
No, it wouldn't have been me.
And coming back to that entry gate, and the gate comes up automatically, you see that same black truck coming in, and this is approximately 2:10 in the morning on that Saturday that you dropped your stepson off at the apartments. Would that have been you driving that truck?
No,
Now, in July of 2022, when you had a black Toyota Tundra, did you have a SunPass responder?
yes,
And did that SunPass responder, so when you would go through tolls, it would just send you a bill at the end of the month?
guess that's how it would work, but yeah, I have automatic payment.
Okay, excuse me then. So at the end of the billing period, if your truck had driven through tolls, you would get billed for that truck?
Yes.
Can I say yes?
Yes,
Did you yourself frequently drive on State Road 23, that toll road near Blanding Boulevard?
that's a typical route for me.
So you're aware that there's tolls, there's about 5 tolls along that road going from Blanding up to I-10?
Yes, I am.
So now again, going back to that same day, that Saturday where you dropped your stepson off at Mission Point Apartments in that afternoon, if your black Toyota Tundra was billed on that morning, that Saturday morning, starting at 12:39 in the morning, going from Blanding onto State Road 23, all the way up to I-10, where there's that New World Avenue toll at 12:48 in the morning, would that have been you driving that truck on that toll road that morning?
No,
And then on that same morning, the coming back, that same black Toyota Tundra with your SunPass is now picked up going from I-10 headed towards Blanding Boulevard, starting at 1:51 in the morning and getting off of the toll road at 2 o'clock in the morning. Would that have been you driving that truck?
no,
And sir, you're aware that the detective searched your yard, correct? Your yard, your home?
I'm aware detectives were there. I was not outside the home.
If the detectives found, let me back up. So on your home, is there a wooden, like, deck outside?
That's correct.
And then there's some wooden steps that lead down to the backyard?
A couple of sets of steps, yes.
And when your stepson stays with you and your wife, is he generally staying in a bedroom off of that wooden porch or wooden deck?
Yes, it has a re-entry.
So if the detectives collected a pair of sweatpants and a black hoodie that had been stuffed underneath those wooden steps, when they searched your yard, would that have been your hoodie or your sweatpants?
I have no knowledge of that now.
No, I'm saying, did you put any clothes underneath those wooden steps?
And let me say at this point, I apologize, I am hearing impaired, I don't have my hearing aid in. I'm partially catching what you're asking. Can you repeat it?
Yes, sir. So if the detectives located a pair of sweatpants and a hoodie that had been stuffed underneath those wooden steps, would you have put those there?
No, ma'am.
And if the detectives found a Glock 43X 9mm hidden in a hole at the bottom of those steps, would you have put that gun there?
No, ma'am.
Was that gun your gun?
No, no.
Mr. Al-Halim, did you go on that Saturday morning to Mission Point's apartments and kill Tashika Young?
I'm sorry.
Did you go over there that morning and kill Tashika Young?
No, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor. I tender the cross.
Any cross?
Yes, sir, did you ever notice that your car had been moved?
No, not at all.
Did you know that your keys were gone for 2 hours?
No, sir.
Any idea that your car had been taken anywhere that night?
No, sir. Not to the parent.
And did you hear or see anybody coming in and leaving?
No.
That's all right.
Nothing further.
All right, may this witness be excused? All right, thank you, sir. You're excused and free to go.
Great cross. What do you do when you don't have a defense? You don't present one. Make sure I had muted myself. All right, that's the day of testimony. That's it. I know we skipped a couple witnesses, but I mean, how many times do you need to hear detectives say that they've got this person doing something? The most exciting part of the day was him trying to escape from the police department by going through the ceiling tiles. That was hilarious. If you missed it, you should go back and watch it because it was funny. Also, if you joined late and you are going to go back and rewatch either mine or Jody's stream, please be aware that at one point, for a very brief moment, the cameraman did not, they didn't get away from the picture, and it did show the victim for a moment. So just be aware of that, please. I think that's really all I have. So I will be joining Jody. We will do dual stream the conclusion of this tomorrow morning, my time, 7 a.m. Eastern time, and 9 p.m. Australian time. I don't know I apologize. I don't know Australia time zones. I think she's in Melbourne. Or maybe I made that up. Maybe just Tanya was from Melbourne. I don't know. I also don't know much about Australia other than there's cute things there and then other things that want to kill you. That's all I know. All right, guys. Gabby, thank you again for being a member for 5 months and remembering to use your free chat that you get every month now that we have figured out how to do it. Because sometimes we're old. That's all I can say. So, oopsies. And then I forget to see, sometimes we're old. So, yes, everybody, thank you for watching. If you haven't hit the like button on either my stream or Jody's stream, because I believe it is still up, please make sure that you do. Please hit the like button, the subscribe button, all that fun stuff. We need to get Jody monetized, and we just need to keep growing both of our channels because we have a lot of fun. We can be serious when we need to be, but we have a good time too. I do have one thing for you as I go. I played it for Jody this morning and she told me it was loud, so I apologize, and I will be working on the sound if I need to. I gotta find it. So I will see all of you guys bright and early in the morning or on replay or whenever I see you. And I think that's all I have. So I'm gonna leave you with this.
Bye-bye.